Dispara millas sin mirar y sin mirar sin asimilar que es la puta herida de tu vida hurgo. Los manas de la chatarrilla hacen papillas, piltrafillas, el no nos pilla y se va con la furgo. Le hará falta una pedicura y una cura si se apura, quizás llega la locura de mi turbo. Dale vueltas a la partícula, deja ya la mandíbula quieta que sola llega a Luxemburgo.
Niño, prepara la compota que la pera pasa.
Pero vinimos a mejorarla.
Pa' hablar por mi familia y tengo autoridad.
Saben que no puedo pagarla.
Si pones ritmo y los manos les toca cuatro patas. ¿Quieres esa vaina para probarla? Soy aquel en el party donde se gata. Guata que el guatan alma. Vive muriéndote la envidia como los niños en Siria de la bomba que le manda el Pentágono. Y todo el día, mamá mía, keeping it mood, so real. Lo es mana, neva, fía, neva, no. La travesía de la vida más que misericordiosa y nuestra prosa siempre para fabono. Tú podrás por mira traicionar a tu familia, matar tu brazo, sangre y pausa vías, pero yo no. Familia, es el que está a la mínimo. Familia, comparte almas cristalinas. Familia, Rasta Giant familia. Magna White son familia, ya no maniga. Bombo cry, sing it, cross the live on them. Warrior, vengo con los míos, Magna Gay, cual I fire them. Bombo cry, sing it, cross the live on them. Warrior, vengo con los manas y saqué, cual I fire them. I could stop, shut up on the microphone ballad. And let's smoke the marijuana, psycho Buddha bombo clap. Bang in the street, fire burn it, fill it with. Rasta man, I got Illuminati, play the kill. Stop, shut up on the microphone ballad. And let's smoke the marijuana, psycho Buddha bombo clap. Bang in the street, fire burn it, fill it with. Key Cray is a king, Magnus thing. Nobody, no kill them. In a creepy style. Chale, no fire them. It's a Rasta ganja. Nobody, no kill them. It's a Christian style. Tally, the fire cream. It's a Rasta ganja. Familia, Rasta chai is familia. Key Cray is familia. Pure nego is familia. Sico, Key Magneto, familia. Familia, es el que está a la mínima. Familia, comparte almas cristalinas. Familia, Rasta Giant familia, Magna Boy que te hablaste, mané.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of the United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Sí. Vale. ¿Sí? ¿Te atreverías?
Ahí está. ¡Venga! ¡Es original! ¡Kimba! Y yo baila. ¿Quieres de mí?
todo para ti. Ay, baby, original y originini. Yo no tengo un cromo de panini. Si viene el malo reventó con el fucking altavoz. Si vengo por el liga, estoy con el chico para soltarlo bien tranquilito. Ese Kimana, el Kimaneto, porque tiene el ritmo y esqueleto. No vi, ella no vio nada. Cuando suelto ritmo parece la bocanada. No soy un dragón, pero suelto llamaradas. No soy un cabrón, pero sueno que te cagas. Original y parecen bandadas de cuervos volando que viene a matar. Si quieres algo del magneto, siempre ves buscando un ritmo. Es original, siempre suena fresco. Lo mejor me lo merezco. No tenemos parentesco. Golazo te parece popescu. Hey, original el maneta ha llegado a soltar los ritmos sentados. Si quieres algo bueno, pues yo vengo de un pasado. Desde lejos, hace tiempo, no soy viejo. Estoy atento, estoy contento. El entrecejo, no lo ves, escondió hace tiempo. Original representa radio, el Netflix de Europa. Va a venir a reventar todos los escenarios y llevarme la copa.
Ahí va, atención.
Estamos en Radio International Real. Hey, hemos vuelto a la casa del video Netflix de Europa. Bombo, claro. Don't stop, everybody don't stop. Llegó el general para prender el club. Hey, sing a boy, then yabadabadu. Con mi cruz, solo tú, dame luz. Hey, sing a badu. Don't stop, everybody don't stop. Llegó el general para prender el club. Sing a boy, then yabadabadu. Con mi cruz, solo tú, dame luz. Everything come through. Ooh, girl, think you better. I think you clever. Hey, stay, my fucking old nigga. Hey, girl, think you better. I think alone, my brother. Everybody come on, nigga. Hace radio, está fresco. Dice, mueve el cadera, mueve tremendo. Suena perfecto, filo beca. Suena perfecto, viene del ritmo del ghetto. But the fuck, fenomenal. Hey, nigga, the farmer no really nobody. Se mueve el estilo, suena fenomenal. Suena bien guapo que viene los ritmos en radio. Siempre suena fenomenal. Mueve cadera, mueve tremenda. Ese Kimaneto, el rey de la fiesta. Solo guapo te lo digo, Zacarías. Así que dale, on the freak, nigga.
El autor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Okay. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Let me check. Okay, I think it's working. Cool, man. I think it's working. I think it's working. Let me replace this here. Do the whole thing about sharing. Okay, man. Good to have you guys here today. For some of you, it's Friday, and you know what I mean by that. Some of y'all, it's Monday. I mean, like you got to start working or whatever. Anyways, good evening, good afternoon, good morning. There are some people that watch from like other places. So let's see. I was having an issue with the streaming because usually when you when you set up a stream, it just shows up on the back end on YouTube, which then gives you guys a heads up that there's going to be a live coming up. And I noticed that that's not happening lately. I don't know why. Let's assume whatever, but it don't matter. Well, there's only what, 1, 3, 2 of you, I guess. Welcome if you're new. Appreciate you having here. Let's begin. If you're new, go by Joshua, obviously. It says in the name. It's actually Yoshia Yahoo, in case you guys don't know. But in this channel, what we do is we debunk funk. Okay, we debunk funk. And we tell wabos and dumbass 12 tribe chart pushers.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
And anything that has to do with supposedly teaching that certain people are our people, I say. And in case some of y'all don't know, this channel is about hunting. And I mean all this content. And when I say that, Mexicas, you know what I'm saying? Taino brothers included. If I had one of them that said "Viva Tainos cabrones," bro, I'd be playing that shit too. You know what I mean? So if not, you know, obviously, yeah, there you go, bro. Appreciate it, man. All right, Shalom, Ishi, Yahoo. That's Israel, and Yahoo is the Father. So we belong to the Father. That's what it technically means. All right. I got something interesting for you guys today. So you know how I roll. Let me minimize myself because I don't know, man. Other people like to show their face more often and shit, and it's like right in front of everybody. You know what I mean? But I don't know if it's even makes even sense. Anyway, so there's a few of y'all. Let's get going, man. Let's get going. All right. So I got a bone to pick. Got the bone to pick. Somebody explain this to me. Explain this to me. Okay? Because I think a lot of us, and I have a book which it just came into my mind, so I'm not going to get it. I usually spend or waste time looking for shit like that. I got a book, and I believe it's called Keeping the Bloodline Pure, right? And in that book, it actually explains how it is very difficult for someone like myself to prove that I'm a native, right? Like extreme difficulty. But for someone with 1/8 of African, so-called, or even the phenotype, they're already labeled African. You know what I'm saying? Why do I say that? Because this is the argument that we're having right now. This is the actual argument that we're having right fucking now. Let's not lie. We got people that claim to be of this land, of this continent, who are. I mean, okay, let's put it this way, family. Hey, let me say this right now. I'm going to say this right now. What nation of people? 2 nations in the entire world that claim to be somebody else, even though they look just like those people. So, for example, Khazars, so-called Jews, right? They claim not to be white, but they look just like gringos. And then people like Wabos, they claim not to be African, but they look just like Africans. So those are the facts that we have to deal with, right? So my question to you guys is this. When does somebody like he stop being black? Why am I asking? You guys may want to know. Can you probably think, you know, because this channel ain't nothing, man, compared to all these other channels, bro. People with 2,000 subscribers, 5,000, 10,000. And quite frankly, a lot of times they didn't got shit to say. They just jump on and create a little window of conversationalism and yet they got more views and whatever. It is what it is, right? So I know that it doesn't matter in this channel, my point of view, but I do have a question, and maybe somebody may be able to answer it because maybe I'm just stupid like that. When does a black person stop being black? And when does a white person start being black? Or when does a white person stop being white? Because I'm going to show y'all that here in this country, I'll say it like this. Here in this country, they fight very hard to keep the American title. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you really think about it, right? If you talk about Anglos or Negros, they're not saying they're from Europe, British, French, whatever, or Africans. No, they're saying they're Americans. Why do you think that? We're going to find out today. So again, this guy here, look at him. Did you guys know that he's white? Did you know he's white? Oh, let's find out.
Passed away. He never wrote a will, so he had a trust. The government in Jamaica, they wanted to sell all his rights. It was my sister Sedella and Mama Rita of age, and she was the one to fight for it. We had no money. Everything was frozen. You know, my dad was only making what, about $2 million his estate was at the time. It was frozen. Lawyer fees, this, that, and the third. All we had was our father's rights, his likeness and his music. Is the likeness.
See that right there? He's a so-called black man. These guys, right? Don't wobbles use people like them to claim they're natives? And we keep telling you guys that you are a mixture of variety. But apparently, no. So this man, right? His grandfather's Bob Marley, I believe. But Bob Marley's father was a white guy.
And his music. And we did not sell that. People offered us $20 million. MCA wanted to buy it, this one. So no, Chris Blackwell, the guy that everybody don't like, he loaned us the money.
I don't have that type of richness. My richness is life, forever.
Because when they sold it, they give the children the first rights of refusal.
So y'all had to go raise the money to buy the publishing rights back?
The publishing rights and name and likeness. When my father.
So when does it start and when does it begin? When do these people start? If it wasn't because we have historical, videos and shit, they would say they're wobbles, right? You know what I mean? Look at him. He's no different than the guy he's interviewing. What about Tank Davis? What about so-called, what's his name? Taserface? Tazariak? So-called? Yeah. So then when do they start being black or stop being black? So again, I'm showing you this because this is wobbleism at its fullest advantage. Because apparently you all don't realize now that you guys are you're white now. You're white. You're white people with woolly hair. But you know what? What do I know? Right? What the fuck do I know? Hey, appreciate you, Watakuya. And you know what, man? It's funny, man, because lately I've been seeing the views like live shorter. And now that I'm noticing that YouTube is not letting you guys know that I'm going to go live. Yeah, whatever. You know what? It don't matter, bro. This is actually for my well-being. I mean, as much as yours. I'm going to show y'all what I find. And if you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. Maybe it's not for everybody. And, I really, and again, this is something that I showed y'all before, and I want to show you again because, it's important that we touch on this. But look, this is an old video, right? And I really think about and I said this before 2 years ago, that these wobbles and BHIs were going to turn on our gente, right? They were going to turn on our gente, and they're going to start saying these particular things. The problem with our so-called native brothers, right? The problem is with y'all is that you guys aren't willing to look at the scripture a bit. Hey, what up, mighty God? You guys aren't willing to look at the script. Yeah, let's go real quick. Stick around for a bit, bro. You may actually like this. That for our native brothers, you're gonna get attacked by wobbles with Bible shit too. You know what I mean? And I say Bible shit on purpose, not to offend it, because I do have respect for the book. There's wisdom in that book. Whether you believe it or not, you got to understand there's wisdom in that book, wisdom that we lost as well. So you got to be mindful. Now, if these guys are going to attack you with those words, you have to know what they're talking about. So I'm going to give you guys 5-6 minutes of this good time here so you can get a grasp. And then I'm going to show y'all the connection of what's going on, the infiltration by who, and how this is all planned out. And then I'll refresh again that you wobbles belong somewhere. And I'm going to go a couple hours. You know what I mean? So I got a little bit of time. So let's enjoy. Let's go. This is education for you brothers with, like, you know, native brothers of the northern part that do not like the Bible. You want to listen to this because this is going to help you understand where these people are coming from. Let's go. Let's go back to school, bro. Like Mighty Guy said, let us go back to school, bro. Right? You know what I mean? It's university shit. Let's go.
You know, exactly what's going on is that you have two schools of thought. You have an Abocentric thought, which is we are the original Indians, black people are the original Indians. Then you got the Afrocentric thought process, which is black people came here. That's where you get the Olmeca. You know, we were the Olmeca. We started your civilization. We built the pyramids. So there's two kind of quacky thoughts of the same type of process. But for an understanding, it's getting popular, as you said originally, and they're harassing actual natives on other social media platforms, like even TikTok.
So there's a request here going on saying you have yet to disprove that original inhabitants of the Americas were black-skinned aboriginals. Okay. Black-skinned is one thing. Woolly-haired or nappy hair is another. No offense. I'm just saying, y'all, because I'm going to also bring up about the effect of the word Mongol. I'm going to tell you how deep that shit is. And now we're going to have to reflect. You are just reflectively trolling, which proves my point. Wouldn't this be trolling? Let's continue. All right. What does that say? Terry Crews' daddy allegedly is white. Oof. Hey, he likes white girls, bro. Hey, remember the twin sisters, the movie Twins with the Wayne brothers? And he's like, thinking about today. Oh, that shit is funny, dude. Oh, that's beautiful, bro. Hey, like I said, man, listen, bro. We're going to have to reflect today. We're going to have to really reflect. Let's go.
You look at TikTok, which is an up-and-coming kind of 1-minute segment type of application, and they're calling them.
So here on the bottom, let's go to the actual insultive talk, and I'm gonna point this shit out because I really want you to understand, because there's some deep-rooted shit behind words that they use, and you Raza or Native brothers, you guys need to understand this shit. So it says here on the bottom by Tariq Nasheed with the American flag, but anyways. Yes, I'm engaging. There are many white people who classify themselves as white and then throw in a small made-up portion of Native American in order to get benefits from white society and Native tribes. Now, that statement is true, either true or false, which it is. Well, you're probably right. Now, however, wouldn't we just say and suggest that wobbleism is also a connotation of what you just stated? And what I mean by that is that, you know, like we got these black people that supposedly are black, but their daddies are like Bob Marley's father, and just because they got a little black, they still consider themselves black. Not even to the point. No, actually, let me rephrase that. And just because they have a little bit of straight hair, now they're considered natives. Woo! Let's continue.
$5 Indians, and you know, you're not the real Indian. So this harassment is going on with authentic natives against people who believe this stuff.
I'm out of Santa Fe, New Mexico. I'm of both indigenous heritage from Mexico and from the Southwest. And I became involved in this type of topic about 5 or 6 years ago on social media, just experiencing these wild claims by African Americans that they were unsettling because the claims were basically erasing our indigenous heritage. Claims of our sacred sites, our pyramids, our mounds, all of our sacred calendar system, all that was supposedly created by Africans or some sort of black Native American tribes that are have been hidden from history or something like that. And it just became infuriating. So I got involved in this topic to really research where this is coming from. And it's allowed me to meet a lot of different people who are experiencing different type of attacks from people that are basically just spreading pseudo nonsense.
Treaties on my.
So this guy, I've been noticing he does lives every morning. Okay. And I have to ask you guys. Let's ask each other now, and let's be sincere. Look at him; he's lighter than me. And we just saw a picture of Bob Marley's great grandson, and all of his siblings. And he said the Bob Marley left him the image, like what they look like, and nothing else. No money, I guess, in a sense, right? I don't know. But again, you see the other guy interviewing him and look just like him. You see Tank Davis, you see Captain Taserface. And at what point do y'all stop being black or white or native or what? As a matter of fact, you know what's so funny? Because you consistently say copper color. This motherfucker ain't copper color. So if he's not copper colored, who the fuck is he? You know what I'm saying? Let's just go.
My website at theresearchguy.com, so you guys can read these treaties, see what's owed to us, and we can go. And I feel, in just me personally,
copper color,
I feel like we as a people should not be looking for reparations, but looking for them to actually uphold these 1866 Indian treaties. That's what we should be focused on. So in July 19th, 1866, we know the U.S. government, they signed.
Look, family, I'm going to tell you something. What I've noticed is that a lot of these so-called scholars, okay, a lot of these so-called scholars are lighter than me, skin-wise. You have to wonder why. Most of them, other than Marcus Garvey, because he was a Pan-Africanist teaching that concept as well. And I'm going to show you their connection with the Bolsheviks as well. Oh, this goes deep, man. This goes deep. Like real. Matter of fact, it goes back to 1890 deep type of shit. You know what I mean? Oh, hold on. Let me just say. Check this out.
66 Indian Treaty. And a lot of our people, believe it or not, were slave owners. Yeah, I know that's on.
So this was the part of the video that I had showed you before. A lot of the people are slave owners. Check this out. He says, I know it's going to offend a lot of them, but you know what? No. Hold on just a damn. Viva Mexico, cabrón! Not you, fool. Hold on just a minute. Don't y'all want reparations? Don't you blame the white man for enslaving y'all, supposedly? Don't you go back to 1619? Isn't that the pain and suffering and empathy that you've been selling to us this entire time? Look, so you see this white-looking dude? When does he stop looking white? I mean, when does he stop being black? You know what I'm saying? He's lighter than me. Most of these people are like what he looks like. And God knows what type of grand white pappy they had. Anyways, let's continue. Let's continue.
Believe it or not, we're slave owners.
If the white man enslaved you, supposedly, and you're so offended by it, supposedly, and you want reparations by it, supposedly, and this is what you base it off of, why is this not mattering to you? He said it, that his parents, his family owned slaves. Let's go.
Yeah, I know that's going to be hard to understand, and it's going to be hard for people to take in, but a lot of our own people owned slaves. Yes, they did, because my grandfather, I can show you records on my grandfather. He had them. So
y'all made a big deal about white folks supposedly enslaving you. He just said it himself that his historical family bloodline had slaves. I wonder what they look like. We're going to find out. And I've showed y'all before in my classes who they actually were, mostly. Would you believe that if I was black, I would steal a native cis woman, rape the shit out of her, and those babies, because, you know, they're her babies, I would enslave them? Because that's actually what happened. Let's continue.
So we need to understand all of that part about these treaties. But the point of what I wanted to bring out was because we never talk about these 1866 treaties and what we are owed in those treaties. So when a lot of these Native Americans, because I had a lot of backlash, I listen, I can go in my email, right? I could just put my email on screen and show you many emails from Native Americans, Europeans, saying, oh, you guys just trying to claim that you're Native so you can.
So he says from Native American Europeans, he wants to make sure he puts that in there. Like, hey, and Guaracuya, you got a 100% point. This is all swindlers, bro. We're going to put you right back into space. As long as I'm alive, bro, I ain't gonna let you. You better come through me. And you know, again, listen, I am not afraid to go to somebody's platform and talk about this or debate this topic, especially because, you know, I mean, I was born in Mexico. So I wasn't just popping up here in Americas and assuming I know my history down there. Because the problem with wobbleism, because these are the facts, is that you guys think that everything's based in America. You don't realize that there's Brazil, Chile, Ecuador, I don't know, Mexico, Costa Rica, you know what I mean? Panama, Paraguay, all these places with people that actually know their history. Let's go.
Benefits. Well, let's backtrack. Let's not even talk about who is Native or who is indigenous or who is American Indian and all of that. We're not even talking about that portion of it. Let's just talk about it from a business standpoint.
So you know what? Since we may not agree to disagree, that let's not talk about that. Do me a favor, just, you know what I mean? Like we were there at that time. You know what I'm saying? We were there at that time. Imagine if I go to Africa, move to Africa, and like let's say my great grandfather, right, moved us there, and now I'm so-called African, and I'm telling Africans that I'm the original African. They're not. That they were brought from America to Africa. Imagine me going to Africa because my great grandfather brought me there and saying, hey, you Africans, oh, you guys are from America. Us right here, me, you know, we're from here. We're originally from here. That's exactly what's going on. Let's continue.
Point. Even if you claim, well, you guys are Africans and blah, 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 and it doesn't matter. If you were born in that territory during that time of July 19th, anytime before July 19th, 1866, any of the people who went on a...
Remember those areas? You notice how this section here is not colored? You know, because that's part of the 13 colonies, by the way. Let's continue. Remember, let me put that seed in there. That's part of the 13 colonies. That's why it's not colored. That's prior to 1783.
On a Trail of Tears during the 1830 Indian Removal Act, okay? Any of those people who went on that Trail of Tears and came back to that territory, or they was born in that territory before 1866, are owed benefits under the 1866 Indian Treaty.
And you know what? I actually have an actual book, and again, I'm not going to look for it because it just came to my mind, but it's called Lottery Land, okay? Look for it. It's called Lottery Land. I think maybe at least I can look for it online. I'm not going to read through it, so you can see what I'm talking about. And in this book called Lottery Land, right? Let's see. I have it here. Here it goes. Oh, hold on a second. Let me go back here. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, not that one. This one, maybe. Is this one? Give me a second, family. Okay, is this one right here. All right. Did this book called Lottery Land? Where's it at, man? Here it goes. Look, here goes. Boom. I'm going to text it to myself real quick. I'm not going to read it because it's going to take a long time to look through a lot of things. But no, you're in this book. You guys can look for it, download it, archive that the hell out of it. And in this book, you're going to find out and see that lands that belong to our indigenous native brothers in the north, okay, were given away. Were given away. Not bought and sold by our native brothers to certain people. No. They were taken and given away. Okay, these are called the Cherokee Land Lottery, containing a numerical list of names of the fortunate drawers of said lottery, engraved James Smith, 1838. Now, keep in mind of what we go further into by the years. The year 1838 land lottery given away, which belonged to the Cherokees. Now, I know, and you're going to find out, and you that follow this channel will know, and probably should know, that these land lotteries were given to white and black folks. So, negros, who the hell is so-called native, and who the hell is not? Let's go.
There's these various identity cults within the African American community that all play a role in what we're talking about here. There's many facets to it, so it's kind of hard to unwind everything to make sense of it. But the claims all kind of are very similar, and either Africans were already here before 1492, or that there was black Native Americans here before 1492. So you have these one faction of the African American community claiming they are not African, that they are original Native Americans, and that the original Native Americans were black. Then you have this other facet in the African American community that are claiming that they are African, but not all Africans came here during the slave trade. Some were already here before Columbus, and they're the Olmecs and stuff like that. So it's very complex, but it's all erasure. It all boils down to that not all Africans came here during the slave trade. Some were already here before Columbus, and they're the Olmecs.
I know that's an excellent example right there, man. I'm glad that they were able to find a perfect example of to debunk the stupid assumption. Olmecs were not Moors, not Africans, neither the lost tribes of Israel that were indigenous of again, to you native brothers in the north, do you believe we just organically came from the ground? Or were we monkeys? Because that's really another question I have. And I mean, I'm not trying to tackle it here, but look, in my channel here, I've proven to you guys what I believe I am and showed it to you through the Bible. A lot of you don't believe. I showed it through historical books. A lot of you don't believe. Matter of fact, I took a DNA test, and it proves my theory of what I found. And instead, you guys don't believe. So, it's I guess it doesn't matter, but for you brothers that maybe consider it at least of the thoughtfulness of how much this matters to us, it's having open mind into the possibility because you've studied. If you don't study and you can't debunk this and because you don't know it, then don't say it's not true. Go in there and find out. And if it's not true and you can show it to me, then yeah, we could agree to disagree. But quite frankly, there's too much information. And I'm going to give you guys some of it today because I'm going to show you where some of this history comes from. Okay, let's go.
Olmecs and stuff like that. So it's very complex, but it's all erasure. It all boils down to that they are trying to erase our indigenous history, and they're taking it for themselves. Whatever side they're on, whether it's it's a black indigenous or whether it's Africans were already here, it's all in attempt to give themselves a foundation in the Americas. But fast forward that to 2020, I believe that the people are pushing this movement because black folks, African Americans, they want reparations. And they feel they're owed reparations through slavery, and they feel that Native Americans have already gotten reparations because there's reservations and things like that. We see it all the time in comments on social media that Native Americans already got reparations. When are we going to get our reparations? We're indigenous also. That's their claims. We were here also. We were here before Columbus also, but our identity's been kept from us. So it's this conspiracy that the white government, along with tribal Native Americans, have somehow misclassified these so-called.
So as you can see, anyways, I wanted to bring up that point because let me show you guys something real quick. Oh, I thought I had this open already. Give me a second. Give me a second, family. I thought I had this open already. Start free trial. Let's see. Don't tell me it's not gonna let me log on. Hold on, let's see if I can get it another way. I'm gonna show you a link on a page that I have. And his name is C.C. Marquez. Carlos Cueva Marquez, they call him. Wabos love to run to him. I had access to the link. Apparently, it's asking me now for a password. And I don't know why. Let me see if I can open it. That sucks. Hopefully, it doesn't ask me again. Because it's from an article. Well, if it doesn't let me open it, let me at least show you guys here. I had found it here in this page that we have. Okay. Newspaper article from 1935. It's really no big deal. But this guy that they use, he is one of the first people, or one of the few people in Mexico that claims them to be that there's a so-called Negroes originally here, right? Here. But in that article in 1930 something, he calls them so-called these Negroes based people, like stupid asses. See this guy right here. So Arthur C.C. Marquez, Carlos Cuevas Marquez, several isolated, but here, let me see if you guys can see it. Hold on, okay, you guys can see it. Several isolated but concordant facts permit the conjecture. Conjecture, what does it mean? The opinion, judgment based on inconclusive and incomplete evidence. Anyways, so this guy, they use them, right? So conjecture that before the information and development of the three great ethnographic groups, a great part of America was occupied by Negroid type, right? So, you know, they go and this has already been debunked, but anyways, they don't care. Let me show you his name again just to kind of give you an idea that they're always running to this idiot, and then we'll look at who he is. They came for America, you know, another what I call confabulation. Anyways, so it says here, page, and again, I go to him because I'm not afraid to give the source, bro. I mean, technically, you know, that's what they use anyways. But let me give you a history of who this guy is. Australoid Negrito. He was taller than the average Amerindian. Okay? You see that? Unlike the short-statured Pacific Australoid Negrito, he was taller than the average Amerindian. Although the historian Carlos Cuevas Marquez does not mention does make a mention of a few black men seen in Darien, now Panama, by the American tribes who settled there. Okay, so we're seeing again his name. He's trying to tell you like who they run to. That's all. You see this goofy lady right here? You know, the one that thinks because she has mixed hair phenotype, she automatically thinks she's a native. She might be, she might not. But you know, spiritually speaking, I don't think she is. Because it sounds to me like that West African spirit. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Oh, look at this right here. You tried to make his nose as white as possible. Your people look Mongolian and Spanish mixed together, so you believe white men brought everybody over here? That's crazier than every. No, actually, I don't. I don't believe white men. I think Negros like you and white people together. And by the way, I'm going to explain to you what that word Mongolian means, so hopefully this will educate you, and then maybe you may actually make some sense out of it, because You guys get all offended over certain words and shit. So I want to kind of remind you what the fuck that means. Okay, because if you think you're going to come here and debunk, the link is right there. If you got proof, you show me with the Bible too that you guys are the people. African Americans not from Africa. Yeshua will fix everything. There you go. You see, there you go what I mean, family. This is what I mean. This is what I'm talking about. I told you that Wobbles were going to start merging the Bible because BHI has given these idiots that type of plethora. They really have, because that's their doctrine. See, this is what you Rasa don't understand. BHI say that you came out of the nutsacks of the black man. Okay, that's what they say. Matter of fact, since we're on it, let's go to it now, man. You know what? This is why I always say, bro, that this. You guys want to pick the Bible apart with me, bro? Psh, bro, I was looking forward to that day coming, because I'm gonna tell you something right now. You wobbles have no idea, and I don't think none of y'all can actually hit the link and debate me on Bible, historical books, proving who we are in books in English and in Spanish as well, plus other things too. So I thank you for bringing up that stupid comment. Yeshua's gonna fix everything. Yeshua's gonna fix everything. Is he really, bro? And you said this right here, right? You said this right here. Okay. We're gonna get in the Bible real quick. We're gonna get in the Bible real quick. So let me just not forget my point. Let me not forget my point, because again, I'm gonna slowly slice this down real quick. So this is who they are referencing. Okay. So here we see Marquez again. You see that Marquez again. The Marquez guy. Carlos Cueva Marquez, an anthropologist, botanist, military general, historian, said the Negro type is seen in the most ancient Mexican culture. The Negros figure frequently in the most remote traditions of some American pueblos. It is to this race doubtlessly belongs to the most ancient skeletons distinctive from the red American race. So I'm confused now, because you wobbles always say that you guys are red. Yet you use him, right? So now, but then you say white people, and wouldn't you consider him a white man, right? Explain this to me then. You're saying white people this, white people that, but then now all of a sudden we know who you guys reference, and you're referencing white people. Then you say that supposedly could the white man do all that? So I don't understand. How the hell do you think that you're from here with what science? The white man science. That's white man science. So now let me educate you on something extremely important, and I think Raza needs to understand this. Okay, so when negros who tend to lean towards the Mayate style, and you guys know what that word means now, okay? When these negros call you Mongolians or Mongols, I need you to understand what that word means, okay? I need you to understand what that word means. Because they make it, I don't know if they do it ignorantly. I don't think so, okay? How do you spell this shit? It's a term. I don't know if they know what that means. I think they do it on purpose, to be honest, and act stupid like they don't know what the fuck it means. But I'm gonna tell you something right now. This is for all you so-called black folks that consider yourselves natives. You guys are basically saying, in Mexico, when you call somebody a Mongol, you're calling them a fucking retard, okay? Get this shit right through your head. When you call somebody in Mexico a Mongol, you call him a fucking retard. All right? And that is no freaking different than me calling a negro a nigger. It is no fucking different. So when you say Mongol or Mongoloid, because you're referring to features, I know it means deeper than that shit to a lot of people that you don't know. So this so offensive attitude, like, oh, don't be calling me. Y'all might have been funny with the whole nigger word and call yourselves niggas, because I don't even use that shit. But when you're saying Mongol to Raza, it says a person affected with Down syndrome. We know what the hell that fucking means. It's offensive. It's offensive, and you guys do it on purpose, which is called mongrel or mongrel at the same time. So, if you don't want raza to look at you guys like llantas or the word nigger, don't call our gente Mongols. Because first of all, we're not this shit in the first place. If we were, we would have the same dietary laws governed by our nature, which by the way, I have to ask, if you guys are originally from these lands, how come you wobbles do not have cilantro as your diet, masa as your diet? How come you don't know how to make tamales? How come you don't even eat the most delicious fruit that hangs on a tree? That is in the Bible as well, in Enoch. Tamarindo. You don't know how to cook it. You don't know how to bake it. You don't even know how to make a drink out of it, let alone even know what the hell it is to peel the outer skin of it. Now you're going to sit here and tell me that you guys are the originals? Okay, so if you were here and the Spaniards came and we helped them, because we're going to see some videos, how come y'all don't know Spanish up in the north? Because, you know, the 13 colonies was the British. The rest of the colonies were Spaniards. How come you don't know Spanish up here? What the hell is going on with y'all? Isaiah chapter 50. Shut up. To me, it baffles my mind. But you know what? As we go further along, we're going to tackle this because I really need to bring this to y'all's attention. Raza, I'm telling you right now, do not let this shit slip you by. When they're calling you Mongol or Mongolian, they ain't trying to connect you to saying, oh, you guys look like those. No, they're saying that you guys are fucking retarded. That's what they're saying. Okay? So again, this goes to you wobbles. Stop calling raza Mongols. We're not. Because by you calling raza Mongol, you're calling them a nigger. That's what you're doing. And I want it to be live so everybody can hear it. So everybody knows. What's up, bro? Let me see real quick. My father told me he saw a live of some wobble talking about they lost their diet because they lost everything. Like real. Wait, hey, I think your dad will like this, bro. Bro, come on, bro. Like,
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
Hey, listen, historically speaking, our books, history, I got historical books that show that our gente, our native brothers were eating grasshoppers even back then. Who, till this day, eat grasshoppers? In America, in the northern part, that is black.
That's right.
None of y'all, but who does? We do. We still do. So I just don't understand why y'all, you really want to go there, bro? Listen, man, like I've said it before, this is a whole concept of confabulation. So now let's tackle this video because look, brothers, native brothers in the north, I'm telling you right now that they're going to attack you this way. So you better start reading this Bible because we're going to tackle this Bible. We're about to show the ignorance of these people. Check this out. So I got this, and I had seen this video like a year and a half ago. I didn't take off anything different. I just moved pieces around because the way he put it together was like all over the place. And I also recorded it and I was forwarding and backwarding, so I messed up too. But anyways, in this video, we're going to see what these guys actually believe. Here, let me go back real quick, man. My bad, man. I sometimes forget that shit. My bad. Where's he at? Hold on, let me go back. So, so we started with this guy. African Americans not from Africa. Yeshua will fix everything. Yeshua. Matter of fact, Yeshua is a girl's name. Did you know that? Yeah, he's not called Yeshua. Okay. And if you want to bring Bible, then you know what I mean. Let's go. We're gonna go there. Light skins are called. The hanger around the forward picture shows the real non-white washed natives are very dark skinned. Mexican natives are slaves, were enslaved. Mexican natives are slaves, were enslaved. Real non-white washed are very dark. I think I understand what you said, bro. I don't know what you mean. My bad. You can retype it again. Didn't even see that comment. Oh, yeah. Didn't see that comment. Of course, that's why they want to claim our shit. Oh, wait, I'm going to show you a really deep, heavy book of why they want to claim it. Our people are dead sleep. Yeah, they do, bro. They have no idea what the hell. Peso Pluma collaborating with Snoop Dogg, talking shit about Uncle Snoop. Penecos, wake up. They want your heritage and your cultura and your culture, and you're over there having business with them. Hey, straight up, bro. And you know what's funny that he brings up the Bible, because the Bible actually says to, only deal with your own gente. Good point. His name ain't even that, bro. You know what I'm saying? Not even that. Let's see. Kevin Gates made a video talking about his wide nose proves the Indians of America were black. Oh, yeah. These wobbles claim they were everybody except, yeah, that's true. They claim they're Asians, too. Here, I'll come back to that. Let's see. They show one stone with the Olmec head, but don't show the rest of his image. Like if y'all looked one way. Rasa comes in all shapes and features. Yep, they do. Down syndrome. Yeah, that's right. That's right, bro. Yeah, that's what the fuck they're calling us. Yep. Fucking idiots, bro. Like retarded ass people. That they don't realize our gente, or at least people in the north part, don't really understand what the hell they're actually saying. They think, oh, Mongolians are like saying we're not Asian. No, bro, they're actually insulting y'all. It's like me calling a negro like, nigger, like with like fucking hateful shit, like, hey, fucking nigger. Like, oh, those niggers, because that's really what it means. I know they may look. I think some of them are naive to the meaning, but I think people like the dude that just posted the shit here, he knows what's up. Yeah, African, Negro, European mix. Yep, I got that right, mighty guy. Yep. Let me see. Let me kind of get to it real quick. You guys can keep going. All right. So let's watch this video again. Listen, brothers from the north part. I know you don't like the Bible, but you're going to have to listen to it. You're going to have to learn it now, because they're going to name y'all things that you probably don't know what the hell they're talking about. And if you don't know how to answer it, they'll take your spirit away. Let's go.
We have enough evidence to support the idea that biblical events took place in the Americas. We also have enough evidence to support the fact that the powers that be have changed times, names, and locations to fit their personal.
All right, listen, I'm going to run to the bathroom. In the meantime, watch the video, okay? I'll probably be back like halfway through, which is, I guess, 2.5 minutes, maybe 3. And then I got to change the camera, right? So I might let it play the whole entire time. But remember, I may come back to it, okay? So just keep in mind, because I think we need to break it down. Matter of fact, let me let it play, and then I'll play it again, and we'll break it down, okay? Let's go.
We have enough evidence to support the idea that biblical events took place in the Americas. We also have enough evidence to support the fact that the powers that be have changed times, names, and locations to fit their personal and political agendas. We believe that ancient Mesopotamian cultures can be found in the Americas, in Mexico in particular. Canaanite customs, gods, and practices can also be found in North, Central, and South America. Joel 3. Now what have you against me, O Tyre, Sidon, and all the... As you can see, these strangers delivered the exact message that the Creator gave to our forefathers. Cultural diffusion and intermixing among the Amerindian populations with Europeans created the modern Mexican identity, which is a mixture of regional, indigenous, and European cultures that developed into a national culture during the Spanish period. So there you have it. Mexican is a created race, and these people did not exist in Mexico before the arrival of Spanish.
Okay, all right, cool, man. I'm glad I didn't go too far in. So let's go back. And now we're going to break it down, okay? Going to break this shit down. And we're going to use Bible because they're claiming you Bible. So let's go. I'm glad you guys are here today, man. I'm really glad you guys are here today, bro, because we're about to lay down some tracks. Let's go.
We have enough evidence to support the idea that biblical events took place in the Americas. We also have enough evidence to support the fact that the powers that be have changed times, names, and locations to fit their personal and political agendas. We believe that ancient Mesopotamian cultures can be found in the Americas, in Mexico in particular. Canaanite customs, gods, and practices can also be found in North, Central, and South America.
Okay, all right. So, okay, you hear what he said, right? So he's saying, yeah, referencing the Bible and all that shit. Okay, sounds good. So he says Babylon, or I'm sorry, Mesopotamia. And then, oh, and by the way, there's also these other people. You know, there's all of these other people, right? So check this out. I think he said Canaanites. Let's see. Let me see here. Let's see this one.
Canaanite customs, gods, and practices.
Yeah, there you go. Canaanite custom, gods, and practices. Okay, so let's go to the Bible real quick. Let's go to the Bible real quick. And we're going to look at Canaan. Okay, so for you brothers that are new, Canaan is the descendant of Ham. Okay, and Canaan was cursed because of his father. Okay, I'm doing baby step shit. And Canaan, do you know what I mean, is in a certain area. So Genesis 11:31, Terah took Abram his son, and Lot the son of Haran, and his son's son, and Sarai, his daughter-in-law, his son's Abraham's wife. Okay, so they all went together as a family. And they went forth with them from the Ur of the Chaldees to go into a land of Canaan. Okay? Do you understand now? Kind of like Canaan, son of Ham, Abraham. Now that's important. And why am I showing Ur of the Chaldees, and why did they go to Canaan? Right? So again, this is a very important point. You have to understand what he's talking about. All right? Now, as you know, this story, if in case you're not familiar with the Bible, it's of the Middle East, right? Right? Okay? Okay, so let's find out, first of all, because let me take a step back. In the Bible, like the typical Bible that we read, whether King James, whether it's a New English translation, whatever which one you want to read, right? They don't tell you where these nations scattered. Now we know that after Noah's descendants, okay, right around, I believe, around Peleg, right around here is when all the nations spread. Okay? Now, the Bible doesn't go deep into that. So, but you know how they say, if you believe in science, and we all came from Africa. But the Bible says that everything originated in Asia. Okay? Those are facts. Those are facts. Now, in Asia, that's when all of it spread. So all different nations, Ham, Japheth, and Shem, went to their designated lots. Like, if you believe in the Bible, God had created. Right? Okay. So now, if you go to this other book called Jubilees, all right? In Jubilees, it's basically the first, kind of like story of the Abraham, the Exodus, and all that stuff. So it's confirming what they're talking about in regards to the spreading apart. So I'll even go here. Let's see if it's here. So here, there you go, right here. The sons of Noah now divided their portion. All right? So look, check this out. And Ham divided his son, this is Jubilees 9, chapter 1. Again, some people believe, some people don't. Is it a narrative? Who knows? But I read, and you know what? It makes sense. So it says, and Ham divided his sons, and the first portion came forth for Cush towards the east. And to the west of him, Mizraim. And to the west of him, Put. And to the west of him, to the west thereof, on the sea for Canaan. And you're like, okay, hold on a second. So where's that at? Yeah? Okay. Well, now we got to take a step back. You see, you guys probably have seen many maps and shows where Japhites went to the north. Shem stayed in the Middle East, Asia, all of those regions. And Ham went to Africa. That is what the typical biblical scholarly understanding is. Okay? You can't go around that. Now, here we see that Ham divided it among his kids. Then it goes Shem also divided among his sons. His first portion came forth for Ham and his sons to the east river Tigris till it approached the east to the whole land of India. So here's saying Shem goes from India to the east portion to the Dan, all of this area. All right. Okay. Which is also covering this section of Arphaxad and the region of Ur, the Chaldees. Okay. And now it goes into Japheth divided his lands among his sons, and he's talking about Gomer, and they went up north, and yada, yada, yada. I'm being kind of funny because I'm just giving you a quick history. All right? So now we see the division. Hopefully I'm not going too fast. But now, here we go. So now in case you guys don't know, Mizraim is like Egypt, basically. So follow the map. We're going to go to Jubilees chapter 28, I believe, not 29. Is it 9? No, chapter 10, sorry. Verse 28. Okay? So now you went from chapter 9 to chapter 10. So now we're going to get some understanding as to what the hell Canaan was doing, who he is, and where he should be. Okay? So it says here, verse 28, and Ham and his sons went into the land which he was to occupy, which he acquired as his portion in the land of the south, which is Africa. Okay? Africa. Now, and Canaan saw the land of Lebanon to the river of Egypt. That's in basically Jerusalem, that whole continent that belonged to Shem for certain people. But Canaan saw the land of Lebanon to the river of Egypt, that it was very good. And he went not into the land of his inheritance to the west, that is to the sea. So now you're probably wondering, well, where the hell is that? Okay, well, we're going to get to it. And he dwelt in the land of Lebanon, and he dwelt in the land of Lebanon, eastward and westward, from the border of Jordan and from the border of the sea. So now we see why. Now, remember Abraham, right? Abraham went to the land here. Terah took Abraham and his wife, right? And he left the Ur of the Chaldees in Genesis 11:31, and they went into the land of Canaan. Okay, well, that land is called Canaan because Canaanites, the real Canaanites, went to a land they didn't belong to them. Does that sound somewhat familiar? So this land didn't belong to them. So what happened? And Ham and his father, Cush and Mizraim, his brothers, said to him, you have settled in a land which is not yours, and which did not fall to us by lot. Do not do so, for if you do so, you and your sons will fall in the land and be a curse through sedition. For by sedition you have settled, and by sedition will your children fall, and you shall be rooted out forever. Okay? So now, you're like, wait a minute. So Canaan went to a land that didn't belong to them, like somebody else's heritage, and claimed it to be theirs. Yes, that's true. Okay, so we got that in place. So now that we know that he's somewhere with Cush and Mizraim, well, where are these places? Well, we know that Mizraim is Egypt. So let's just get a map real quick. Map of Africa, please. So we see here a map of Africa. Okay, let's just go. Come on, something basic. Come on. There you go. Okay, so stop it. No, it's not good. So what he's saying is here, Mizraim, okay, is Egypt. Okay? Mizraim, Egypt. So let's go back to chapter 9. Sorry, I don't mean to cut back. I just want to give you guys a good understanding. So it says here, Ham divided his among his sons. The first portion came forth for Cush towards the east. So if you believe in the Bible, then you know that God is not a author of confusion, and God does not change. So what God gave y'all is for y'all, or you all, right? So then God gave Ham his portion after the division and said, you go here and give it to your kids. If you believe in the Bible, and I believe y'all do because you're saying Yah and Yeshua. So I'm thinking you believe in the Bible, right? Okay, don't run away from it now, because I'm going to bring you in slowly. Then it says, and his portion came forth for Cush towards the east, and west of him for Mizraim, and to the west of him Put, and to the west of him Canaan. So you see here the map. Mizraim, Put, Canaan. Mizraim, Put, and then Canaan in West Africa, okay? Nowhere else. But you guys didn't care. Instead of going to West Africa, right? You stayed here. Here, see if I get that one. Instead of going to West Africa, where you belong, right? Because here it says here, this is Mizraim right here. Look, I'm not lying, family. This is why you have to read and thoroughly dissect before you want to claim anything or debunk anything. Ham divided his portion. Cush, Mizraim, Put, and Canaan. Cush, Mizraim, Put, and Canaan. All of this belonged to them. All of this here. And Canaan belonged here. But Canaan, the West African, didn't listen. He said, no. No, hell no. I'm contraire, mon frère. Like somebody we know. We like it here, which is part of Shem. And now we are the Israelites. Or now we are the natives. You see, this is a very similar attitude that they have. But let's continue because I'm going to give you more.
This can also be found in North, Central, and South America. Joel 3. Now what have you against me, O?
So here, in case y'all don't know, he's using a prophetic so-called chapter in Joel 3, but he's talking about Tyrese, Zidon, and Philistia. Philistia, right? And it says here, are you rendering me a recompense? But if you retaliate against me, I will swiftly and speedily return your recompense. So Philistia is a very interesting word here because, let me see, ancient, please let me remember. Hold on, let's see if I have it. Here it goes. Is it this one? Let's see. Now, give me a second. I have a map. That, matter of fact, Nate the Snake likes to use. And this map, he likes to use it. Well, not this one. Okay, this is part of that, right? But Nate the Snake likes to use this other map, and this one he claims that the Israelites are scattered all over the African continent, right? Let's see if I can get it. But in this map, which I actually find it interesting, is let me see, is this one? No, it's not it. You actually see the name Philistines. Anyways, for the sake of time, let me see if I can look for it. Let's go.
Tyree Sidon and all the. As you can see, these strangers delivered the exact message that the Creator and all the.
Let's read that real quick. The siege of Tainos. So he's, again, it's funny that you guys choose and pick words and slap them apart and you think you came up with some concept. But anyways, Tainos, this is the Canaanite Nahuatl. Nahuatl, or like some say Nahuatl. No, it's not correct. I have a brother that's been helping. Nahuatl or Nahuatl. Okay, way to say the word. Remove the T and you have Enoch, like Tinoch. Okay, the capital city of Moctezuma and the quote unquote Aztecs. So now he's relating us to the Canaanites because we speak Nahuatl. Let's go.
As you can see, these strangers delivered the exact message that the Creator gave to our forefathers.
So here, 16th century Spanish description of Aztecs. So he says, the people of this land are well made, rather tall, I guess, than short. They are swarthy, black as leopards. What the hell does that even mean? Black as leopards? I've never, in my entire time of reading these books, I've ever read that, by the way, of good manners and gestures. For the greater part, very skillful, robust, and tireless, and at the same time, the most moderate men known, meaning modest, which I do not know. I never have seen that in your gente. They are very warlike and face death with greatest resolution. They could also grow beards, which is strange because Mongol, meaning you retard chichimecas, cannot. Mexicans can only grow beards because of the Spanish Caucasian gene. Well, this is kind of weird. So we can only grow beards because of our white gene, but you motherfuckers can grow beards too. So is that because of your copper gene or white gene? I don't understand. But anyways, let's continue. So we're getting a picture of it, right? Let's go. Then he says the Incas suffered the exact same fate as the Aztecs along with other Negro tribes. The Canaanite Chichimecas tribes aided the Spanish in their conquest of Promised Land. They had been oppressed by these Hebrews long before the arrival of the hostile nations. The Most High set a prophecy against them for assisting the sons of Greece. So, okay. First of all, let me introduce y'all to see if I can actually get this because I'm kind of doing a little side move here. Let me see if I have it here. If I don't have it, I may just move on. No, that's not it. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold up. Wait a minute. Okay, hold on a second. If I don't have it here, then maybe what I'll do is I'll just see if I can tag it to my other page real quick. Hold on. Just bear with me, vatos. Okay. See, if you're going to claim that we're Canaanites, okay, fine. Then you need to have a history of who these people are. And you have to have a history because apparently you're phenotype driven, right? Like, oh no, you guys are those people. Like, there's got to be a Canaanite because you know what I'm saying. And we're the wobbles, we're the natives of this land because, God, what else? I don't know. What else? Let me see. Hold on. Let me take that off, man. I didn't even realize I left your message up there. My bad, family. We're the people that's that, right? Okay, sounds good. Well, in that case, and with that fairness, I think, and logic. And right, because you basically are using and exercising that option. Let me go ahead and apply it as well. So if you're saying that the Chichimecas are Canaanites and that the Incas suffered the exact same fate as the Aztecs with the other Negro tribe, right? Because the Chichimecas, the Canaanites, they helped the Spaniards conquer you guys, right? They had been oppressed by these Hebrews long before the arrival of these hostile nations, okay? The Most High has set a prophecy against them for assisting the sons of Greece. Okay? So he says. But you see, this is where it gets confusing because the Canaanites never met that I know of. Or did they? The sons of Greece. So let me present to you a very interesting book. A very, very interesting book. Okay. It's called, here you go. Let me present it to you. It's called, let's see, as you can see, it's scanned through. It's called, Phoenician Ireland. Okay. Phoenician Ireland. All right. First of all, it says Dr. Joacomi Laurentino, blah, blah, blah. Y'all can download it. Take a picture here. Let me go small. Take a picture of the book, please. Written or printed in 1833. Most of this material that I do read to y'all, family, most of it, about 90 to 85%, is all Ivy League shit. Okay? So I don't fake the funk on this. And I'm going to tell you this right now. I never went to college. I didn't even graduate, man. I wish I would have. I was a bottom barrel alcoholic, family. All of this stuff that occurred, why I know this, man, it's all because of our creator. Not because I have any intent or somebody's paying me. Plus, I love our gente. I love our cultura, bro. I love being from where I'm from. I was born in Guadalajara, man. I knew nothing better but my people. So let's go to a particular page here. Because again, this is on the fly, to be honest. This one here. But I have some pictures that I want to show you. Let me see if I can actually get it. So you can see the relationship. If I can find it in here. Maybe it won't. So I don't think it'll pull it up. But in page 212, let me see. Let me try this one real quick. Okay, let's go to page 167. It ain't going to catch it. Go to page 167. Okay. Again, this book is in 1833, I believe. Oh, sorry, my bad. 167. You see, I don't use pictures and shit. I read. And then I show y'all what the hell's going on. All right. So if they want to claim that we are these people, well, then you got to answer to these questions. It says here that as the people themselves, whether Veneti or in Benici, they appear to me to have been a tribe of the Phoenicians and to have got this name from Kini, which imports a Sinian stock or from the land of Canaan. You're like, okay. So it says here that as the modern Cabo de Gata was called by the Phoenician settlers upon the Mediterranean coast of Spain. So now, if we are the Canaanites, what this story is saying is that we were in Spain. So are you telling me the Chichimecas were in Spain? Is that believable? This is why when you start referencing or naming particular people or labeling others, you have to know who and what you're using. Because check this out, okay? If you're saying the Canaanites are Chichimecas, then you're saying us Hispanics are Africans from Africa. Right? So on page 173 of the same book, it says here, with Mani also signifies into whom the Phoenician worshipped as the god of calculation. That this custom prevailed also amongst the ancient Greeks and Romans. Are you saying the Chichimecas had communication with the ancient Greeks and Romans? And if that was the case, then how the hell do you oppress us? Anyways, let's continue. It says, thus, with the Romans, and we have numerous proofs in the geographical name of Spain. Thus, from Aphrodite, the Greek name of Venus, and Aphrodiosis, us or whatever, which means belonging to Venus. So you see how these Phoenicians, these Canaanites, like, what are you saying? What are you saying, Todd? You know what I mean? Like, I need to understand the logic of your so-called Canaanite doctrine that we are the Canaanites. Because based on this book, that means we were up in Ireland as well. You mean Chichimecas were in Ireland too? And if Chichimecas were part of this Phoenician group, don't you think that they would have called upon their brothers and said, hey, come help us because we got these Negros and Spaniards attacking us? I don't understand. There's another page right here. Take a picture of it. You guys can read it later. I'm just pointing out some important facts here, or what this guy is actually saying, because the Phoenicians, they worship Baal. The Canaanites did worship Baal, and we know that Canaanites is actually a big topic here in this channel, to be quite frank with you, which is why, I wasn't thinking of, tackling these wobbles, but y'all started waking me up. Let's go to page 218. And then we'll move on. It says on the bottom, but the name of the city of Miletum itself would appear to have been given by the Phoenicians. From Milet to escape the Libertad, or be liberated, which accords with the history of the first tribes of the Canaanites who had fled before the face of Joshua and the Israelites. We observe also that Miletum was otherwise called Anaktoria from Anak, a descendant of Anak, of whom many of the Phoenicians used to boast as their founder of their family. So, in case you don't know, matter of fact, I think I even have it in this book. Let's see if we have it in this book. Let's see if we have it in this book. Let's see. Yeah, let's check it. Page 221. So if you're saying that the Chichimecas, right, are Canaanites, okay, and you care about phenotype, right? Because that's what you base your doctrine from, that certain people look a certain way. Okay, page 221. There are those two to whom those words denoted a standard or ensign or whatever erected and elevated in conspicuous position, right? And when connected with sacred matters, the office saving high priest of sacrificer, a learned man, Judaical temple, blah, blah, blah. Supposedly we're Druids. That's what they're saying, that we were Druids because we're Canaanites. They, however, come near to the truth of who conceives that by these words is indicated some of the ancient colonies of the Phoenicians who settled in Ireland. So you're saying Chichimecas were in Ireland? Now, for it is as admitted and established opinion that the Phoenicians' name was invented by the Greek in imitation of the Greek Hebrew form of expression. You see that? So Canaanites have a connection to Hebrew. Let's continue. Fini Anak, that is the son of Anak, or Anasians. Anak, as we have said, was a giant. Here's why I think it's so funny, because let's continue watching this real quick, okay? According to him, these Chichimecas, who are Canaanites, should be fucking giants. Okay? Anak, as we have said, was a giant and the son of Arba, whence comes Anakim, and plural giants. And being the founders of that race, the Greeks thought that the inhabitants of Syria had derived from the origin. So again, these guys were giants. Are you saying that the Chichimecas were giants? But here we see that African Phoenicians. African Phoenicians. And check this out. This is why it's so confusing. Because you're saying, if we see Africa here regarding the name, right? We see Africa here regarding the name, calling them Phoenicians, calling them Canaanites. Apparently we're these people. But here's where it even gets more interesting, because you wobbles, you base your doctrine on what you look like supposedly in these books. Well, then if that's the case, then I don't know what the hell to tell you, bro. For although but a few of the Phoenicians had really owned their own origin to the family of the Niceans, as Bokar had before observed, yet the celebrity of the race had charms for many to make them wish and lay claim to it as a parent stock. Besides, in all nations, it is handed down as a presumptive usage that they're selecting their names from the elite of their nobility. And amongst the Canaanites, no family could compete with this either in personal valor or collateral influence of splendid name. They were superhuman in strength. And so gigantic in stature that compared to them, the Israelites appeared like locusts. What the hell are you talking about, bro? Who are you? Who the hell is the real giant? I've never seen a beaner this tall, bro. Never, ever. Look at that thing right there, bro. Look at that. That man makes him like that right there. He made him feel like locusts. It says that they were superhuman in strength and so gigantic in stature that compared to them, the Israelites appeared like locusts. Locusts. Look at this. Are you telling me who the real Canaanites can be? Or are you ignoring that these Chichimecas, which you claim are Canaanites, somehow mixed with the Spaniards and created this right here? Well, I've noticed that when Canaanites look like that, not like that, they look like you, they come out different. So, but I digress. Let's continue.
Cultural diffusion and intermixing among the Amerindian populations with Europeans created the modern Mexican identity, which is a mixture of regional, indigenous, and European cultures that developed into a national culture during the Spanish period. So there you have it. Mexican is a created race, and these people did not exist in Mexico before their race, and these people today, which is.
Let's read this. It says cultural diffusion and intermixing among the Amerindians, Chichimeca population with the European created the modern Mexican identity, which is a mixture of regional, indigenous, and European culture that evolved. But didn't we? Well, first of all, it's Wikipedia. I don't even know why you're relying on that. Didn't we just read that the Canaanites were fucking giants, bro? Didn't we just read that shit? Yeah, we did. So I mean, I don't know. Damn. Let's go.
A mixture of regional, indigenous, and European cultures that developed into a national culture during the Spanish period. So there you have it. Mexican is a created race, and these people did not exist in Mexico before the arrival of Spanish. You had Mongolian Canaanites who spoke the language Nahu.
Okay, so he says you got Mongolian. Again, Mongol is a derogatory term. Is like calling a black person a nigger. Stop using that term. I'm telling you right now, black people, stop doing it. Or I'm just gonna blot it out until somebody finally gets it, because apparently you guys don't get it. But you're very quick you're quick to throw the rock, but when somebody throws it right back at you, you start crying. Don't do that. Don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, so I find it funny that you say Nahua, Hati, and Hitchhike capital. Then he says this, okay?
So there you have it. Mexican is a created race, and these people did not exist in Mexico before the arrival of Spanish. You had Mongolian Canaanites who spoke the language Nahu, which is a sister language to Hebrew.
Okay, you see that? So they're calling you Canaanites, which is a sister language to Hebrew. This is nothing new. Nothing new. But why would they not call you Hebrew and prefer calling you a Canaanite if it's a similar language? Because nobody can prove that you are really Canaanites. So why do they say, no, you can't be Hebrews, you're Canaanites, even though you speak the similar language? Aren't they kind of saying that shit? Now, since he's saying that we spoke a so-called Hebrew language, right? A so-called language that sounded Hebrew, how come he didn't say they spoke a language that was Hebrew? No, he didn't say that. He says we spoke a language, Canaanites though, with the term of Canaan, but that was a sister of Hebrew. So that means they didn't speak this sister language of Hebrew, Nahua. So what the hell were you speaking? There you go.
And you have some Hebrew words such as Haiti that you can find in this language.
Give me a second. Oh, hold on. Let's see. Who is this here? Hey, whoever are you saying who you guys are? Are you guys arguing between each other? Are you telling us that the pictures, or what are you talking about? Or you guys is between y'all? I don't know what's going on. Somebody let me on, because I'm starting to wonder what the hell what you're doing, what you're saying, Chopper. Let's go.
The population of London or Rome.
There you have it, friends. The Tower of Babel at Cholula. Brother Karimio made a detailed video about this, so I'll put a link in.
You hear what he said? Brother Karimio. Oh, shit. Now you see the root of this stupidity. But let's finish it, because I got something to show you.
There you have it, friends. The Tower of Babel at Cholula. Brother Karimio made a detailed video about this, so I'll put a link in the description to his video, and you can check that out. And it is in very close proximity to Tenochtitlan, just as described in the scripture, which we believe to be the Babylonian capital city. There are too many similarities for this to be just completely thrown in the trash can. So also check out my video on Palenque, Solomon, and versus Pakal. You know, when you look at Tenochtitlan versus Babylon, you have the hanging gardens versus the floating gardens. It's the same thing. So there are very many similarities. Also, in Central and South America, you have this Moshe character who is a high priest. You can find it.
He's like this Moshe character. You sound so distant from him, but you're claiming him. Let's continue. Where else?
Peru. You can find it among the Aztecs, and you can also find it in different parts of Central America. and really throughout the world, but we're just focusing on the promised land and the tribes indigenous. Let's have a look at the true image of the ancient people who built these high places.
Okay. All right. So, listen, this is why they want your heritage. Seriously. This is why. There's no other reason why they want what you have. Okay. So this is a book from a Jesuit called Valera. And he considered our people Chaldeans. Chaldeans to be the ultimate ancestors of the people. This is from the Jesuits and the Incas. Padre Valera, page 96. It seems, however, that he viewed the Mexican natives, whom he called this race of terrible and cruel men, as a very separate people, right? Supposedly. But here he comes up and says, the chronicler wrote that the religion of the natives of Greater Florida and the Caribbean islands was derived from the practice of the Chaldeans, who worshipped only natural features, such as lakes, springs, or stars. Likewise, he claimed that the faith of the first Peruvians was molded on that of the Chaldeans. The Chaldeans were renowned in the biblical history for founding the city of the Ur. We read, remember Abraham, his father, and Abraham's wife, and Lot all went from Ur the Chaldees to Canaan. Remember that? Okay, so that's where he's from. The father of the Hebrew nation, where they believed to have descended directly from Noah, and they became famous and learned astrologers, priests, and magicians. By linking the ancient Peruvians to the Chaldeans, Valera placing the people of the New World into the framework of the biblical history. Okay, so this is one portion as to why they say it. Now, if you could leave it off and say, well, see, it says that doesn't prove anything. Okay, sounds good then. But like I said before, family, I do believe we did have a migration. I don't think we went on ships and went to Africa, around Africa, like BHI says. But I do believe that we went this particular route because people from this region look just like us, all across our land. This is from a description of the Indies 1620. Number 55. Ezra says that at the close of his extended journey, this is from 2nd Ezra 13. They colonized and lived in that region, which is called Arsarid. The very well learned Arthur Genebrard in book 1 of his chronology states that Arsarid is the extreme point of Great Tartary and Scythia, that it is a cape of promontory, which is the boundaries of landmarks dividing the old world from the new. Above the Straits of Anian, I showed you guys maps of this, very many examples, and near which they crossed from the country to New Spain, from that country to New Spain. So they could have gone by that route or by India, you see, from so-called Jerusalem to the east, not west. That we could have gone by that route, India and China, since there in the region of Cathay, the people inhabiting that country keep the Old Testament and the law of Moses, although with many superstitions. This is a full and sufficient proof that the members of the 10 tribes passed through there and settled there, since that is clear from the observation of the laws. You see this? And from there, they could easily cross the straits and channels which lie between China and the kingdom of Anian, which again, here, he's not conjecture, but here he basically at the same time saying he could see why our people look a certain way and why we kept certain traditions like them, because in the regions that we passed by, they kept those traditions as well. And some of us do look like some of those people, like from India, from China, and us. Now, in regards to this whole Esmeralda concept, okay, this right here, I showed you guys a book the other day. And this here, basically, I think it's in this particular one. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I gave you guys a picture, an idea, an understanding of who these people were. And I clearly explained to y'all from this book that these are not our gente, but they use it like it's our people because, you know, they see color and a little bit of woolly, right? So like, oh my God, this is me. This is me. But, you know, and again, it's stupid because the same people that claim to be here and say that we're not those people, right, the natives, they want to use terminologies like copper color, even though that they don't even have copper color themselves because most of them look white as hell. But they're here telling us. Does that make sense? Let's see if I can find it. Hold on. Maybe I might have done it on my pictures. Give me a second. I'm moving fast. There's me. Oh, come on. There's me. Yes, perfect. Okay, I showed you guys this book before, so let's debunk this Esmeralda shit real quick, please. By all means, let's do it. Let's do it. Okay, so they use Esmeralda, right? So he's like, oh no, these are the real natives. These are the real natives. See, like this depicting the Inca emperors and blah blah blah, and he don't know that these people are Swarty African mixed mulattoes. Pendejo. Anyway, check it. All right, so right here, right? So they're all up like, yeah, look, those are us. Oh, it's not. Well, they are you, technically, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying they're not. They are you, technically. But let's explain why they are you. Okay? It says, the most remarkable mixture of the Indian and Negro races is perhaps that described by Mr. Stevenson as seen by him in the Republic of Colombia, because that's where they're from. The natives of Esmeralda, Rio Verde, and Atacames, says he are all Zambos. Listen to this. Apparently, a mixture of Negroes and Indians. Negroes and Indians, right? Meaning Africans. Indeed, because they're Zambos. Indeed, the oral tradition of their origin is that a ship having Negroes on board arrived on the coast and having murdered a great number of male Indian men, kept their widows, raping them too, and their daughters, which I'm going to show y'all, this is their custom, people from over there, and laid the foundation of the present race. See this? He described these Esmeraldas as tall, rather slender, of a lightish black color, different from the copper color. Have soft, curly hair, large eyes, nose rather flat, and thick lips, possessing more of the Negro than the Indian. Dr. McCullough does not admit that the asserted Negro origin of these people, but in so much resembles that of the black cherubs of St. Vincent, as to leave the doubt on the subject. He says, who has some time among the Esmeraldas, has assured me that so far as his personal observation goes by the decided mixture of the Negro and Indian blood, it has been thought by some that these are very black Moors. In the History of the Africa by Leo Africanus, we read in there and he explains, and even in Iron Sertima's old book on the golden age of the Moors, it says black Moors were Africans. Oh, this guy's a wobble. Then people come through stealing sheets, all resources, land go, skin color, water down, so you don't know if you're coming or going, divide or conquer. Dude, you just read on the Jaguar men how they look. They black. If you come black, if you come from black folk, you black folk too. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. You're kind of telling them. I say, my bad, bro. I think I misunderstood you. Anyhow, so check it. See this? See this? This is the Esmeraldas right here. They have nothing to do with us. They're literally Africans. Now, let me give you a history of something here. Now, I'm going to go Spanish on y'all. Okay? So, this is a very heavy-duty book here. It's from Origins of 1607 to 1688, reprinted in 1891. This was from a writer called Andrés Rocha Diego. Okay? Andrés Rocha Diego. Now, in this book, There's two sections to this book, so I'm just going to kind of get to the point. Okay? So I'm going to read something real quick. Como nos han de servir de mucho los libros de nuestro autor para las pocas noticias que vamos a dar de luz o de él, daremos principio por citar las obras suyas que conocemos y de las que existe ejemplar en la Biblioteca Nacional de Madrid. So here he's talking about this particular person that they're going to speak of, okay? Now, he goes in this particular conversation in regards to particular books that are on that topic. So it says, según nuestras investigaciones, la primera que dio a luz se intituló, it was, I guess, in Latin. The second book, la segunda obra, impresa lleva por título de Carta de Baltasar de Cueva, right? So he reads another book. He writes another book, I'm sorry. And then this one, la tercera última de las que conocemos es el Tratado Único y Singular del Origen de los Indios Occidentales de Perú, México, Santa Fe y Chile. This is from 1600, okay? So remember that. So here he's talking about how, yeah, there are several people that have tried to recreate the origin of our gente. If you download this book, you're going to find out, okay? Look, here, I'll give you the link. So you guys can do your own research. If you download this book, you'll find out, and he's talking about how there were several thoughts on this concept. You know, yes, some thought that we were Canaan. Some thought that we were Asians. Some thought that we were, you know, like different things, right? None of them could agree. So here he's talking about that. And again, look, en que se ponen varias opiniones acerca del origen de los indios. You see that? The Asia, Africa, Europe, you know what I mean? All these interpretations of who we are. All right? So this is a pretty extensive explanation here in regards to what some people explain that we could have been like of Europe, I guess, supposedly, that we were Latins or some shit. And again, some people like these wobbles that we were from Africa and that we're from somewhere else or that we were Canaanites, you know what I'm saying? Like this is like, or Carthaginians, because Aristotle, listen, page 22, Aristóteles dice que tratado el negocio en el Senado acordaron encubrir estas nuevas y para ese efecto hacer morir a los que trajeron porque no dejaron la ciudad yerma. So basically saying that the Carthaginians had known of this land. We read that in Diodorus Siculus, but here he says that they supposedly inhabited, which is not true because Diodorus Siculus didn't say that. He said they looked upon it, didn't actually stay there because there was already people here, but the Carthaginians told them, no, don't go there. So then there's theories, right? So he's going it all over it. You guys can download the book. Now, let's get to the nitty-gritty. When you get to page 221, I'm sorry, not 221. Is it this one? Hold on. Let me see. No, this is it right here. Okay, so when you get to, is that the end? Okay, perfect. When you get to this particular area, give me a second. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Si de esos hijos haber juicio que hecho ciudad a los reyes. No, that's not it. Okay, I think it's okay. And here we see en cuanto a los animales peregrinos en Perú, tarugas, this and that. Hold on. Is it this over here? Where the hell are you, dude? Okay, here it goes. All right, that's it. So it says here. And again, this is what the writer's saying in the 1600s. En que se ponen muchos lugares del mundo antiguo que se han llenado en este mundo, nuevo mundo, en especial de Asia, por donde vinieron las 10 tribus. En este punto de averiguar el origen de los indios, como ellos carecieron la historia antigua, en lo individual y en lo extenso de las cosas, es preciso ir navegando por un muy dilatado y profundo océano. So he's talking about that, how they could have came, right? All right, hold on a second. I need to find this thing here. Because it works, well, not works, but it goes with my other point. My bad, family. I literally wrote this shit down, man. What the hell? Give me a second. Just bear with me real quick. Is it in tratado, güey? ¿Cuál estás? ¿Dónde estás, cabrón? Reconocieron los indios que aquí estamos a origen, había estado Pedro, crónica, cuando los animales peregrinos, copia de carta. Let me see. Meta, propia naturaleza. Give me a second. Let me see. I might have lost myself, man. I'm going to have to jump to the other book. Lo tercero, observan los astrológicos que los principales escritores. No, ese no es, güey. ¿Cómo en la chingada, güey? Man, oh man. I thought I had the right page. Apparently I don't. Let me see. Okay, all right. Maybe it's the wrong book. Oh no. I thought I had the right one. I mean, I went out of my way to make sure. Well, this is the one I have before, all right? So, man, it really bothers my point. Because here, what he was talking about is, well, I mean, look, listen. I did kind of touch the main point, all right? In this particular book, it's 200 and some pages, but here, between here and here, he's talking about all the conjecture of, hey, I believe they're from here, I believe they're from there, right? But then he gets to the other point in regards to page 1 and page 2, okay? Because I believe in this particular material, and the reason why I got lost in this particular matter here is because he's going extensively in regards to the points of people are saying where they're from, all right? Like Atlas or supposedly Atlantis. You know what I'm saying? Like he's talking about people believing different theologies. Oh, I'm sorry, his histories on our people, right? So that's why he's talking about how, you know, it's a great point to investigate of who these people are. So now here in the other book, now he gets into the actual material. Dice in the same Tratado Único y Singular de Origen de los Indios de Perú, Rocha, right? In point number 9, because in this first book, it actually starts at 1 through 8, which for whatever reason, I can't seem to find it. And I don't know why it's making it difficult for me now. And maybe it's a demon, whatever. I don't know. You guys can believe it or not. But I had found myself from the steps of where it moved on from here to there. So anyways, in this second book, it says, concuerdan asimismo los hebreos y los americanos en la inclinación de la idolatría. Los hebreos idolatraron en el desierto en aquella serpiente de metal y observa el abulense en que el capítulo de Éxodo, en capítulo 1 de Éxodo, que los hebreos en Egipto adoraban ídolos y imitaban a los egipcios, right? So here he's talking about how he sees a similarity between the people here and the people over there. ¿Ok? Concuerda también en el modo de los sepulcros y circunstancias que guardan en sus sepultres, porque los hebreos se enterraban en los montes. Aaron in the Bible, enterró en su montor Hor, en el monte Hor, según se lee en el libro de los Números, Numbers, chapter 20. En el monte de Efraín fue antes enterrado Josué, Joshua, in Joshua 24, right? Saul too. And he's saying that the natives here, and the Maccabees, they also did the same thing. And he's talking about that the natives here did exactly the same thing, the same customs. And number 11th costumbre, 11th custom. Costumbre fue también de los hebreos el llamar hermanos a los parientes de segundo y tercer grado, meaning your cousins. Like, hey, hermano, hey, hermano, hey, hermano. We all called each other like primo, cousin, whatever. We're all like, in a sense, related somehow, right? It talked about the Indios, talked about the same thing. So here he's using different examples of how he sees the similarity to us and them. Now, my question is really, Why do you guys not go back to these books? Why? Do you want to know why I believe? Because you don't want to look at your own history. Facts are facts. And you know what? If you really think about, let's go back to here real quick. Let's see. Is it 18? Okay, here it goes. All right. So now I'm going to show you guys something real quick because you see these wobbles, man, they don't want to recognize history. Like I said initially, when do they stop being who they are? Because supposedly they look a certain way, even though their admixture is worse than ours. If you really think about it, you know what I'm saying? All right, check this out.
I mention in my memoir manuscript that Los Angeles was founded when Spain sent 46 pobladores, or explorers, to the city. 26 of the 46 explorers were at least part African. La Calle de los Negros, or Street of the Blacks, during the Mexican period, ran along what is now Los Angeles Street. When English-speaking blacks arrived in LA in the 1800s, they also lived along the Afro-Mexican Calle de los Negros. I mention in my memoir manuscript that Los Angeles was founded when Spain sent 46 pobladores, or explorers, to the city. 26 of the...
Now, thank you, VTC, for posting that, bro. Thank you. Because I don't know if you guys remember last class, right? There was a brother that was watching the class with us, and he had shared with me, or with us, that he says, why don't you look up an individual called William Leodor something, Leodor or whatever, right? You know what I'm saying? Like Leodor, or something like that, to that effect. And he had said that this particular Leodorp individual, right, that you know, he'd had native slaves. And then VTC, I had looked into this back in 2018. I'm sorry, 2018, back in August 18th, right? So it kind of put me back here. So first I want to remind you guys, this goes to all you wobbles too, because this notion that only so-called whites had slaves needs to go down the toilet. Because whites and blacks both had slaves. Those are facts. So you wobbles that are trying to differentiate us and them, you're tripping on your own selves, because in the same breath, you're saying, well, we own slaves too. Like if I look black like you, and I say I own slaves, but I'm from here. How the fuck you figure that? It makes no sense. I mean, we already tackled the point of Canaanites. You guys think we're Canaanites. Canaanites were gigantic. And we're also an island in all these places. He's saying that really for real? And if we're Canaanites, that means we're Ham. That means we're from Africa. So here we see a book that says that President Lincoln in 1863 signed the Emancipation Proclamation, thus initiating the legal process to free the slaves in the rebellion, southern states, and eventually to eliminate chattel slavery. Okay? It says here, though, the ramification of Lincoln's proclamation affected not only thousands of white master slaves, not only white, but hundreds with that reparationship. Because it says here that hundreds of black slave holders. In Charleston City, for example, there were 91 free blacks masters who owned 268 slaves. From President Lincoln signed that historic document. So you guys did not want to lose the slavery power. Number of black slave owners during the wars was a fraction of the total slaveholding community of Afro-Americans over all the slavery in South Carolina. Look how many slaves y'all had. And by the way, the reason why it caught my attention is just like how you took Texas, you took California. Free, impactful Republican, strong trailblazer. 150 black men. Do you guys realize that the first political people in Texas stayed with power? So called governors, representatives. 770 total. 150 of them were black.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
What about this? Do you want us to forget? When do you wobbles differentiate between who is African and who you guys? You're saying that the Chichimecas, the Canaanites, helped the Spaniards enslave you, so-called people. But here we see that the pattern of black conquistadors was heavy and were many, right? Because it wasn't just one black conquistador with like one black slave. It was one black conquistador with hundreds of black slaves.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
So here, Garrido, black, Toral, Fulupu, Bardales, Perez, Portuguese, Garcia, Ruiz, Valiente, Beltran, all African, all conquistadors, all black conquistadors. And you guys are very proud of that. But, you know, you say it proudly, and then, but the slave part, like, but yet when you mention slavery, and you see me or white folks, because that's what you think I am, you cause racism. And now you call us Mongols and all this shit, right? Okay. Because this is what I see right here. This is what I see. As a black West African brought against his will to the Americas in the 16th century, Valiente was hardly unique. Now, remember when we read Jubilees? Mizraim put and Canaan was supposed to be where? In West Africa.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
So if you guys are supposed to be in West Africa and they took you out of West Africa, if we were the Canaanites, what the hell would we be doing over here? Because Canaan's supposed to be in West Africa. Wouldn't that mean we should have came from there and here? But no, you're saying that we're already here. And we helped the Spaniards, even though we as Chichimeca Canaanites are supposed to be huge and tall and all kinds of shit. All kinds. I mean, I just, you know, again, I'm trying to determine when does it end and when does it not. So here's my point. This right here. Is it this matter? Yeah, let me close this. I don't need this no more. Let me see. Is it this one right here? Okay, I don't need it no more. Give me a second. Is it this right here? No, I don't need this no more. I'll leave this open just in case because, you know, we may need to remind him. No, I don't need this no more. Okay, so check this out. So this guy here, the incredible story of William Deardorff. Now, again, it's regarding BTC. And we're moving on from the topic of Canaan because, again, we're tackling these sections here. I showed y'all the stupidity. And if you want to bring Bible stuff, well, I can show you guys too. Because if you're saying that you guys are the Hebrews, and that means that you come from Abraham. And Abraham came from the Ur of the Chaldees. And none of you guys can prove that you all come from him. You can't. Because that puts you in that area. And that means you're them. And you don't look like none of them. Are you saying they kicked you out too? Anyways, so this guy here, thank you, bro, by suggesting it. The incredible story of William Deardorff, San Francisco Black founding father. San Francisco Black founding father. How is that possible? William Deardorff was a ship captain, a merchant, an entrepreneur, a public servant, a patriotic American, and a Mexican citizen. I call that shit right here.
Fuck that puto! Fuck that puto!
Because as soon as he had the chance, he turned our backs. He turned on us and went with the, you know, the other puto. Yep. That's who he is. a black man and a Jew. Oh, that's gonna hurt. I wonder how long y'all been already assuming this shit. You know what I'm saying? Acting like you don't know. So anyways, when he started, when BTC posted that shit, I was like, bro, that's heavy. Because you know what? I did my homework on this guy. And here, look what he did. Look what he did, right? And you guys are so proud. See, black folks, look, they love bringing proudness and shit. And, hey, Wobbles, yo, this is your king. Check it. He accepted Native American slaves from friend John Sutter to repay debt. An example of little known acknowledgement. By the way, let me remind y'all that how the hell are you in California now? How did you get from over there to over here? And are you going to give his kids reparations because they're black? Or because they're Wobbles? Or because they're Moors? Which ones? So we see this guy here. Look, when he died of typhus, thank God. Look. To find a book about William Dorado, blah, blah, blah. So these guys here, there's history in this. So I'm like, when the brother posted it, I was like, bro, that's heavy. Let me see if this is it. Or this one. The life and legacy of William Dorr. A black American entrepreneur who was as wealthy or, in the spirit of Carnegie Vanderbilt, railroads, all of that. This land was taken from my native brothers. And our brothers who were actually born in, let's say, California's, been here way before y'all, were deported. And lands taken from them and killed. And enslaved. But that doesn't matter, right? Because you guys are Wobbles. Correct? Right? Like that's what you're saying, correct? This is who he is. Now they want to, sugarcoat his shit, what he supposedly looks like. But, and we know that you guys work with these people. Of course, we know this now. Here we see more of key points in black history. William, the same guy, Afro-Caribbean. What a coincidence, right? The ones that preach that they're Hebrews or that they're from here, right? Granted 35,000 acres along the south side of the American River of northeastern Sacramento County by Mexican Governor Michel Torena. Wow, what a coincidence. They need to cooperate, right? James Marshall, which, by the way, was the one that used the doctrine of discovery, and they took it to court through manifest destiny. And that's how they were able to take over this other land, because apparently, because of the manifest destiny in 1823, that gave them the right to. Right? This is why I keep telling y'all, this is tag team back again. This is not a one-sided game here, family. Black folks point the finger at whites. White people, they don't point the finger because they're too, I guess you could say, embarrassed by being conquered by them as well. Because there was a time. Look, the Reconstruction Act, I really believe, had everything to do with people admitting that they were going to lose power, and they had to negotiate and squeal their way through something before they lost everything. So just like anybody else, not like anybody, but just like their typical nation, they don't give a shit about the rest of the people, as long as the rich ones don't lose. And that's what's going on. Because this is what he really looked like. Right? Unlike this other picture. This one here. Supposedly that's him. No. This is he. Okay, so I've shared with y'all before regarding like how they work together, right? Check this out. This is from a book called The Great Negro past and present. Okay? They're very proud of it. They're very proud of it. Even though these people were slaving our gente, they're very proud of it. Very, very proud of it. And they're just gonna, brush it under the rug like no big deal. Hey, it wasn't white people. You see this name, Estebancico, right? We're gonna touch on him. He was a African explorer. But see, they say explorer, not a conqueror, right? So you don't call him a conquistador, even though you look at me and you say conquistador, even though this motherfucker was conquistador himself. California, right? California is a target. Who's in there? Of course. William Lettersdorf in California had amassed property worth $1.5 million at the time of his death. After the Emancipation Proclamation was issued in 1863, ex-slaves in the South were the possessors of property valued at $25 million. African Americans in other parts of the nation were estimated to have property worth total $50 million. Most of this was in the form of homes, land, and livestock. Negro businesses were still rather scarce. So I need you to understand that property falls under that, that human slavery falls under property. And I don't understand, you are so proud of you owning slaves, taking land that don't belong to you, have the nerve to say that you're the original people of this land, and at the same time then go and say, oh, the white man did it. Shut your ass up, man. That's right. Oh, that's gonna hurt. These are facts right here. And I know you like to cultivate, oh no, it's us against them concept. I don't believe that shit no more. In 1846, the last Mexican mayor of San Francisco gave him the corner of what is now Leidesdorf and California Street. Yeah, of course. Typical. So now, check this out. That's California, right? Okay, sounds good. But it gets even better. Oh, we're not done. We're not done. Check this out. Check this guy out. Watch this. I think he spelled different. Yep, there we go. Your good old James P. Beckwourth. Your good old James P. Beckwourth. Yep. I call him Snoop, reborn again and shit. He looks just like Snoop Dogg. Look at that, bro. Now, black folks, now they're going to call him a native, right? Okay. So, it's funny because I had read about him almost 2 years ago, man. I ain't lying to you. And I didn't think of his name or anything, But then now this came up. So now his name matters to me. So let's find out who this Beckwourth guy is, supposedly, right? Supposedly. One of the most famous mountain men. Hold on a second. Why can't I go that route? Hold on. Let me go back. One of the most famous mountain men here. Let me get myself out of this real quick so you guys can see it. One of the most famous mountain men was James P. Beckwourth, sometimes Beckwith, a Virginia-born mulatto blacksmith who in 1823 joined General Williams H. Ashley Rocky Mountain Fur Company in St. Louis, Missouri. Leaving the expedition in 1825, he lived with Crow Indians for 6 years, where he acquired a third wife and a reputation as a warrior and a horse thief. He was eventually made a chief. In short time, Beckwourth exploits rivaled those of the famous Kit Carson's, one of his associates, blah, blah, blah. He joined Kearny forces in California, had participated in the Mexican War, joined Colorado Goldrich in 1859, and fought in the Cheyenne Wars of 1864 against the natives, by the way, and against Raza too, by the way. And he died. I wonder how he died. The average black Westerner were ex-slaves who had man, shut your ass up, bro. Stop lying. I just, man, you know what? I'm amazed by in the same breath, you slap the shit out of people and then you spit them. Why do I say that? Why am I saying that? For a damn reason I'm saying that. Let's explore who this guy is. So this book that I have, it's a famous book that you guys all probably had in the past. Okay? This is from Black Indians. I think it's Black Indians, right? I believe so, family. All right? So again, James Beckworth. All right? James Beckworth. And guess what, man? I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right now.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
This is gonna hurt. Black trappers tried mighty to build bridges of standing with Native Americans, sometimes cemented with bonds of marriage. James Beckwourth also married Indian women. So James Beckwourth wasn't an Indian, a native? You mean like a Wabo? You know what I'm saying? No, he was a true African mulatto. Sometimes in dazzling rapid succession. So he fit in because he looked like us. That means he wasn't us. Now, but with his flaming temper and love of battle, he kept burning his bridges. Oh, I wonder why. Why do you think Raza don't fuck with y'all in jail, man? You ever think of that?
That's right. Oh, that's gonna hurt.
That's right.
It says here, but with his flame temper and love of battle, whatever. Beckwourth became a chieftain of both Cap Crow and Blackfoot, right? I'm not lying. They promoted it. So he enjoyed many supporters and admirers. Beckwourth also emerges from his fur trade. We read that, right? And it says, as the greatest Indian fighter of his generation. Fucker wasn't an Indian. And I'll show you how he wasn't an Indian. This was an age when competition for his honor were Daniel Boone. Okay, so hold on a second here real quick. Check this out. Page, hold on, I went to page 35, 36, okay? That's why. It says here, Crockett, whatever. It is difficult to imagine that this famed frontier scout and explorer had faded from the story of the Old West. But fade he did. You see, this is what you wobbles don't share. Oh, you glorify the shit that he did, even though you know what he did in the process. You know damn well he killed a lot of our native brothers and sisters, but you don't give a shit. You promote the so-called, glory of this man. You promote the glory of so-called earnings and livings and shit, but you don't realize that when you did and earned, also oppressed other people. No, let that to the white man, right? As long as it's the white man, that's not a problem. It says here, in skill, accomplishment, and violence, he matched men whose deeds have become part of the glorious frontier heritage. But when Universal International in Hollywood produced the horse opera Tomahawk in 1951, it cast white actor Jack Oakey as Jim Beckwourth. So we assumed he was white. Generations of young people never learned that this tough pioneer fur trapper was a black man with Native American ancestry. The reason I mark it, you're going to find out why. Because it's of the father, right? You believe in the Bible. The Bible says you're of your father. You're of your father, not your mama. Because a lot of you guys say, oh, my mama, my grandma. No, Uncle Tremont, Fred, please come back to me. Come back to me. You believe in the book. Then the book says that you are of your father. Beckwourth was born around 1798 to a black slave with American heritage lineage. I wonder. And her white master. Ooh.
That's gonna hurt.
Let's continue. As teenagers, he was apprenticed to the St. Louis blacksmith. His Western adventure began with a punch when the burly blacksmith came between Beckwourth and his liberty, and at 19 to come and go and as he pleased. Beckwourth slugged him and left St. Louis for the wilderness. Though hardly original, he had hit upon the solution to the problem he would use from there on. You see that? In business, that moved as fast as foot. In a business that moved as fast as foot, boat, or horse could carry, Beckwourth swept from one end to the continent to, I'm assuming, the other. Yep. Check this out. from St. Louis to Salt Lake, from California to Florida. We read in their book. You so eloquently, so boastfully say he's such a great man. On the trail, he fought or made friends with Native American Blackfeet, Sac snakes, and crows. His Indian wives, I repeat, his Indian wives invariably were royalty. You see now. So he married into the royalty Indian wife to continue the claim of his stupid ass kids, his funky ass seed, right? And it says here, no woman, it says here, daughters, his Indian wives invariably were royalty, daughters of chiefs who could do backward some good. No woman ever held him very long, for one Blackfoot chief daughter was almost killed by Beckworth on their wedding night, when she refused to obey his command not to dance. He clobbered her with the side of an axe. Turning to the father, he explained that discipline had to be maintained. That's what he said. So he looks at the native raza brother and says, pues, te tuve que poner en su madre, güey. Es la ley, cabrón. That's how he said it. But we know that that's not how it goes. But anyway, let's continue. The chief not only agreed, but gave him a new daughter. I'm sorry, man. I'm going to call you a stupid ass. That night, this piece of shit and his second wife of the day were spending their honeymoon in the teepee when the first wife came crawling back. Backward settled the issue by giving both women presents and then taking his leave. So, he obviously does his shit, moves on. Hey, man, listen, I don't blame you. You do what you do, right? If a stupid ass is going to give you a stupid ass woman, then it is what it is. You're going to deal with stupidity. But anyways, let's continue. In the Crow village, Beckwood was adopted into the nation. So if you were a real native, why would it be adopted? Married the chief's daughter, first name Morning Star. After leading Crows into the battle, he was renamed Bloody Arm. He soon found his life among the Crows too quiet and left for new excitement. Remember what the brother had said? Something about it's the spirit. It's in the spirit. So he didn't want to be with his kind. He wanted to fuck around and do his shit. Sounds like somebody I know. It says in 1830, which black people still own slaves, because I had the reports. He served as a U.S. Army scout in the Seminole War against the Black Seminole Alliance in Florida. Wait, hold on a second. Whoa. Let's backtrack just a little bit. I thought that you were with the natives, bro. I don't understand that. I thought that you were with the natives. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand that shit. So you deal with the natives, you marry our sisters, and then when it serves you right, you join the gringo or the Swati gringos, and you war against Black Seminole Alliance in Florida. Enemies were enemies. And a good fight, after all, was a good fight. Did that make sense? Does that make sense? Does that make sense, family? Then it says here, let's see, where we at? Oh, Fremont, let's see, a good fight out. In 1843, Pathfinder John Fremont met Beckwood traveling with a Spanish wife, 60 miles east of Rocky. So even though he's got native wives, whatever, anyways, we know who these people are. Another time, Beckwood met General Kearney during California Bear Flag Rebellion. You see, now he's in California. Kearney told him, "You like war? I have good use for you now." Later, Beckwood prospected for gold, trapped some more, and wandered. By then, he carried such Indian names as Bull Rub, Medicine Calf, and White-Handed Knife. So now you understand where you get this history from, Wobbles? When you go around and when it's convenient, like kind of like the Esmeraldas. The Esmeraldas did the same shit. They, only when it was convenient, they were natives. But they were truly Africans. Just like here. Nothing new under the sun. Then it says, he dressed like and acted like an Native American. Oh, shit. Oh, that's gonna hurt. So he acted and dressed like one because he wasn't one. And what did he do? What happened to this dude here? Beckwourth talked and Bonner wrote, and the resulting volume appeared the next year. It is silent on the matter of Beckwourth's dark ancestors, and its artist sketches make him appear white. Check this out. In November 1864, Jim Beckwourth, at 69, suffered from neurism and poor eyesight, was a proud of a decade relationship with Native American. Then Colorado militia Colonel John Covington or Shivington and 900 of his volunteers rode up to recruit him for an attack on the peaceful Arapahoe and Cheyenne village at Sand Creek, where Black Kettle had been promised army protection. Shivington wanted Beckwourth to help him collect scalps and wade in blood. Okay? So let's look at this for a second. Let's see. Blackwood. He wanted. Where are you at, man? I thought I just had it. Let's see. Volunteer peaceful. President Shivington wanted. Okay, Shivington wanted Beckwourth to help him collect scalps and wade in blood. So pause there for a moment. So this man says to him, Snoop Dogg looking dude, right? Wobbles Papas, says to him, hey, listen, I know you ain't a native, but you look like one, and I know you care about money, so I need some money too. Let's go scalp these retards and take blood off them. What does Beckwourth do? May I ask? What does he do? Beckwourth said no, but Shivington threatened to hang him, and the old scout saddled up. What did he do? At dawn, Shivington's army reached Sand Creek, where Black Kettle's 600 people. Now, if he was supposedly black like them, right? And these Black Kettle people were black like them. Let's see this. Mostly women and children, gathered under a large American flag. Black Kettle raised a white flag and told everyone not to be afraid. You see this? Beckwourth stared with horror as Shivington's men began to fire wildly with 4 howitzers and rifles. He saw people shot, dead as they held up their hands. Then men charged in to finish the job with pistols, swords, and knives. There seemed to be indiscriminate slaughter of men, women, and children. I saw quite a number of mothers were slain, still clinging to their babies. Check this out. A white Lieutenant James Connell described the children and babies. Oh, hey, by the way, listen, hey, bro, listen, if this bothers you, if this bores you, then get the fuck out of here, man. Because I can't believe that this bores you right here. Like, I'm actually reading some shit here about people killing our gente, and this bores you. So I don't know which side you're on, but make yourself clear, because I don't know what side you're on. I don't know if you're talking to the brothers here in the chat, but I'm not a nice guy when it comes to me not understanding what you're saying. And if you're bored, then you shouldn't be here. I'm gonna unsubscribe. We don't need people like you, because this shit matters to us. At least it matters to me, and it matters to the people that actually do listen. Because this shouldn't be boring to you. If you are a gente and you care, this is boring to you. Then if it's boring to you, then you're a wobble. Then I don't understand what you're saying, bro. So you need to make it clear. I really don't know what you guys are talking about, man. But you telling me this is boring? Get the fuck out of here, then. Beckwourth to negotiate with Chief Lang and Water Council. So what does he do to this guy? Where is it at? Oh, here it goes, right here. What happens to him? The council answered, but what do we want to live for? The white man has taken our country, killed all our game, killed our wives and children. Now no peace. Colorado fell into its own civil war with brutality on both sides. In 1866, Beckwourth died of food poisoning while traveling to or from a Crow village. This simple fact has given rise to the legend. He was invited back to the Crow people by those who hoped he would consent to lead them again. When Beckwourth refused, this legend continues, he was given a feast and poisoned. Well deserved if that's really what happened. Well deserved if that's really what happened. Check this out. Let's move on. Now I'm going to show you. Now I'm going to show you their connection. So if you're bored, this channel ain't for you. Skedaddle. Let's go.
Invested in black Jewish synagogues. This is the origins of the black Hebrew Israelites here. Let's walk. Black Jewish synagogues started to emerge. What people don't understand is Matthews and all them cats back then, they was black synagogues. But they was not black synagogues like we think of black Hebrew Israelites today. They were black synagogues that were counterparts to their white synagogues. Talk to them. In other words, they wasn't saying the white man's the devil. Nah. They was treating themselves like they were Jewish conversion. Talk to them. Tell them. Like that the white Jews was the real Jews, but that they were black Jews by conversion. So they was respecting the white Jews. And that's what Matthews and them was doing. But here's what people don't know. Bivens was a real radical. And so they say this guy Bivens came and changed the game. He came up from the South and he had.
Yeah, you know what? And it's not my fault, Scooby. I'm down to debate somebody, bro. There's a link. I mean, if the guy says he's bored and he ain't really about that shit, well, tell him to get on, bro. No tengas miedo, way. You know what I mean? I don't bite. I mean, shit, if you really are who you say you are, then you should not be afraid to hit the link. If you are who you say you are, don't be afraid to hit the link. Prove to me, if you're a wobble with African features, that you're from here. And prove to me that I'm those people, like you say. Let's continue.
Learned about being an Israelite from the slave. Lord, I gotta stop him on that. And this is my favorite Hebrew. Where it's come from, the Ethiopian movement, man. Okay, it's gonna break down and come down into what is called the More Zionist Temple. I want y'all to understand that their message was African for the African, okay, which was later a pillar of who? The UNIA, Marcus Garvey. Why are they so associated, Marcus Garvey, Africa for the Africans, when it come from a white boy? Africa from the Africans is come from a book of a white Christian book, missionary work from Joseph Walk, man. In the beginning, Black Jewish movement claimed was Garvey was the man that proclaimed that Africans was Hebrew, and he played a role in this. And now everybody knows Garvey was working with them white folk and working with them. Now you had Josiah Ford, the self-proclaimed Ethiopian. Cause see, they started out, they weren't talking that talk. They were saying that they were Ethiopian. Yeah, Ethiopians ain't go to no transatlantic slave trade. That's walk. Now you had them worshiping with these white, like my favorite Hebrew just said. So they was sponsored by white to celebrate a new member of Bet Ben Abraham. Now we know that's Forward. Now that's an Ethiopian congregation by Forward. Now watch this here. These Ethiopian black communities spoke West Indian accent together with their several white who seem to play the important role not during the ceremony, but also generally with the Judaization of the black community. These are agents from the white folks. The congregation of Bet Ben Abraham purports congregation of men and women from West Indies, Arab, Abyssinia, and European countries with faith that now reside in American colleges.
Yeah, I don't listen to him much, but he's got a point on this. You know what I mean? He's got a point on this because it's true. Watch it. I'll show you.
Ethiopian. Stop it. We know y'all are. All the Israelites and the Indians the same. Now we know who the Israelites are. Let's walk. In Harlem, black leadership are markedly West Indian or wise foreign born. Most of them come from East Africa, South America. Observed in the early report, Bet Ben Abraham on the forward come out of Barbados, South America, Bermuda. Samuel Valentine is gonna come from Jamaica. The more Zionist, he gonna trace here to Eastern countries. They got a number of Yemen. We got Moroccan, Egyptian, Abyssinian, about 200, okay? All the way in Cairo, Egypt. And then we got your boy Matthew, who's saying he's from Lagos, but we'll find it out. But where did it all come from? A white boy, of course. Called the father of the philosophers, my boy John.
Right there. Let me just pause right there, just for a second, right there. Oh, my bad. I didn't want to do that. I was testing the sound. Let me show you guys. Okay, you guys can hear me. Jacques Vailovich. So he's the one that brought them the concept of them being Jews, right? Do you know who also brought them the concept of that we're Canaanites?
That's right.
Yep, it was them. So let's look up this particular person right here. Who is Jacques? Jacques. Kill it, Jacques. A better Jacques. Who are you, Jacques? Jacques. And don't be just impressed by the Ashkenazi part. Josh is an Ashkenazi wannabe Jew, born in whatever Congress, Poland. Studied Ethiopian language. Why? If you're from Poland. But here's the question. He traveled to Ethiopia for the first time in 1904 with the support of French banker Baron Edmund Rothschild. Really, huh? A Zionist, so he says, right? Now, by the way, in case you don't know, the Zionists that are here, they're also over there, in case you don't know. But check this out. Check this out. It even gets even better. This guy here. Right, watch. Hold on a second. Hold on a second here. This guy is not only a so-called Jew, he's also a Zionist believer, also around 1800 to 19 and change, right? And then also, let's not forget, he is Polish. The Kingdom of Poland created in 1815, right? Dutch, Warsaw, French, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So now let's continue. Just want to give you an idea of who he is. Okay, let's go.
Jacques, little Jacques and his black brethren who lived in Abyssinia. All right, so this guy right here is going to put together some funding. Hold on, time out. So my first round, I took him to Europe, brought him out during the explosion of the second round, broke down, took him to all of the places, showed why their 12 tribes only deals with the Americas is because the Iberian Hebrews came from there and colonized those.
See this right here? So here's I get stupid. You see how these wobbles are just all over the board? They're all over the board right here.
Put together some funding. Hold on, time out. So my first round, I took him to Europe, brought him out during the explosion of the second round, broke down, took him to all of the places, showed why their 12 tribes only deals with the Americas is because the Iberian Hebrews came from there and colonized those areas.
So this wobble or BHI, this is BHI wobble, I think, what he's just saying, because BHIs teach that they were ruling Europe and that the white man subjugated them and that's why they're here. But now we know history, it really does not make sense, because that means that, you see what I mean? If black people came with them and enslaved people here, how is it that white people enslaved black people in Europe if black people in Europe were ruling white people? And if they're the people of the Bible, right? Let's be very mindful of what they're saying too, because that's why it's important to know the Bible. They're saying that they're the people of the Bible. They're saying that. So if they're the people of the Bible and supposedly they ruled Europe, so then this would not apply. This would definitely make more sense, right? It says here, Deuteronomy 28:36, the Lord shall bring thee and thy king, which thou shalt set over thee, unto a nation which neither thou nor thy fathers have known. And there thou shalt serve other gods, wood and stone. Unto a nation. So if you ruled Europe, then you shouldn't know the white man. And if you ruled Europe, then you shouldn't know the white man religion. But see, we know that you did know the white man religion because we have pictures of dark-skinned people pushing the cross. Now, it's even more interesting because at the same breath, it says here in verse 64, and the Lord shall scatter thee among all people from one end of the earth even unto another. And there thou shalt serve other gods, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known. So your great-great-great-great-grandfathers wouldn't know them. And on top of that, it even gets more interesting. Verse 49 says, the Lord shall bring a nation against thee from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth, a nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. The Europeans spoke English, French, Dutch, German, Portuguese, Spanish. If you ruled Europe, you spoke all those languages. So how in the world would these people be foreigners to you and a European language foreign to you if you ruled Europe and you spoke those languages? Hey, what up, estudiante? What up, Exotic Tribe? Let's go.
So when they first got there, and so we're keeping them out and we're painting this picture that they are the colonizers. Now we come here into the early Black Hebrew movements in America, and guess what? They're all going back to these islands. Now we got them sitting at the table with white folks. Okay, is it possible for Negroes in America to respect the body basis of color? Okay, and so he's going to be cool with UNIA and get generated, and he's going to bring in this philosophy Ethiopia Black rhetoric, right? And he also met with who? F.S. Cherry, one of the first Black Hebrew Israelites in the
Hank Cherry, I showed you guys what he talked about in the actual books that he said. You see, this has been going on for 150 years. Let's go. Even in 1844, The Truth and Light, by a particular writer that said, oh, us black people, us Negroes are the people of the Bible. And so are the dark-skinned natives. Not the other natives, because those guys are red like the white man. But no, these dark-skinned natives, they're like us, and we're like them. And, you know, we're Negroes and the natives, and da-da-da-da-da. In 1844, Life and Truth, that's where it came out of. Let's go.
He running around with this. Check. Now let's walk. Now the belief that the commandment keeper Rabbi Matthew, the black man, is direct descendant of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And they say Esau, whose skin is hairy like a white man. Don't we hear them say the same thing? The only thing is different is Deuteronomy 28 in the slave trade. But back then they were saying you were descendant of Solomon and Queen Sheba, who should return to Africa, who bore a son with the biblical historic, or Malik. Now let's walk. Now Matthew, he was strongly influenced by white Jews, like we just told you. Many other congregations influenced by Pan-African, Marcus Garvey, UNIA. Let's walk. This institution, Jewish-sponsored synagogues, embrace tenets, Orthodox Judaism, Matthew's Association, Rabbi Ford, Negro Improvement, Marcus Garvey. Now watch this here. The congregation was a Masonic lodge, the Royal Order of Ethiopian Jews. This is a Masonic, I told you, the Masons the whole time. That Masons, the large function of
Talked about this. Let's go.
secret society was the initiates explored a branch of Judaism mystery.
Hey, they were what? They were what, family?
Society was the initiates.
Oh.
That's right. Oh, that's gonna hurt.
All right, so let me bring you to the attention of this book here. I'm kidding. I'm going to use a picture. Let me see if I can use a picture. Hold on. Let me see. There it goes right here. Remember this book that I have, right? It's one of the translations that I have here. I think I have it at the house. Anyways, Wisdom of Solomon 12. Remember who Canaan is. And remember from Jubilees 10 that Canaan went into a land that didn't belong to them. So then in the Bible, you will find out that Abraham, who came out of the Ur of the Chaldees, right, went into Canaan. Now, Abraham, when he was there, God didn't get rid of Canaan at that time. No. He did that later with Joshua. But why did he do that? First of all, they didn't belong there. And second, because of this. And he's going to name them something that is very interesting. It says, Wisdom of Solomon 12, for your immortal spirit is in all things. Therefore, you correct little by little those who trespass. Canaan trespass in property that don't belong to them. And you remind and warn them of the things through which they sin. First of all, you stole, lusting other things that don't belong to you, the spirit of Canaan, so that they may be freed from wickedness and put their trust in you, O Lord, because at the end of the day, we're all technically created by him. Then it says here, those who lived long ago in your holy land, Canaan, you hated for their detestable practices, their works of sorcery and unholy riots, their merciless slaughter of children, because we know that you guys worship Baal and you slaughter children to Baal, and their sacrificial feastings on human flesh and blood. This is where the Judaism came from. This is where Christianity, the whole, the Trinity concept, that's all. It is literally from Ham. If you think about Nimrod Negro, right? They love worshiping themselves. So let's continue. And sacrificial feastings on human flesh and blood. These initiate.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Explain that to me. From the midst of a heathen cult, whose parents, these parents whose murderous, helpless lives. He's talking about that. Now, who are they talking about? If you go on the bottom, check what it says. From Wisdom of Solomon 3:18 says, the moderation of God towards Canaanites, towards sinners, the punishment in rehabilitation, their detestable practices. See Leviticus 18:21-29. That's why when we went into that land, in Deuteronomy 7:13, it said, don't mess with these people because of who they are. Now, why do you think right? Why do you think we read this here? I think this will make sense now, because I think y'all know who the Amalekites are. Nonetheless, it is worth noting that the biblical account dooms the Canaanites because their iniquity has angered God, not because they are not chosen, although God takes the side of the Israelites in fulfillment of the promise of election. The world is not divided among the elect and the damned. Joel Kaminsky has suggested we recognize three categories in Tanakh. The elect, like the 144. The not elect, the 2/3. And the anti-elect. Only the last of these, Canaanites and Amalekites, are condemned. Why? Because they're the only nation of people in the entire world that, like the Khazars, they look white, they're literally white, and they say they're not, right? And the Wabos here, they look black, they literally are, and they say they're not. Both of them claim to be Jews, even though both of them cannot prove it at all. And matter of fact, 100% proven that both of y'all have in conference. But let's continue. I'm not
the branch of Judaism mystical called Kabbalah, and the school sought to present a systematic understanding of the practice of Judaism. Are they Indians? No, these are foreigners. These secret societies that this black paradigm started to create in the 1920s, having black Israelite groups from Caribbean carnival tradition, Pentecostal Christianity, spiritual system, Kabbalah, Freemasonry, all of this here mixed up into one, right? They said Rabbi Matthew used to talk different in front of black folk than he did in front of white folk.
Rabbi Matthews, right? Let's look it up. So Rabbi Matthews, and I've showed you guys books on him before. Matter of fact, he did this hologram thing or whatever it was, design on the floor, and he worships basically the devil. Okay, I know you guys don't want to believe it, but it is what it is. Rabbi Matthew is celebrating his 60th year as the head of the Commandment Keepers, the Harlem Jewish sect. In defense of this program, Rabbi Matthews explained that the philosophy of the Jews is to acquire wealth and command respect. Rabbi Matthews is certain that the sooner the black man is embodied with this philosophy, the sooner will come the race forward movement. Did he ever even talk about like God at all? Did it ever occur to him? I don't think so. But let's continue because I'll show you a little bit too on that. Let's go.
Now, we know he went out there to school in Ohio with the white Jews, the big money white Jews. Now, they said his form of Judaism was different from them. He got so much money for them white folks. Before he died on the birth certificate, it actually said he was West Indian, okay? And when the brother died, they reported that
he was West Indian, right? So is this guy called AJ. I'm sorry. His name is the writer of Africa's Gift to America, J.A. Rogers. In this book, Africa's Gift to America, he also insinuates the possibility of Negroids being here. Willie Hare and all, right? He's also Caribbean. All of those people that started teaching all of that stuff, they're all Caribbeans. Now you know where the the Polish guy comes from. Well, I'm going to show you his connection. Let's go.
Members were upset to discover that Matthew was not born in Africa. Okay, so I feel like it's foolish to ask the question, are we Hebrew Israelites or are we American Indian? Our parents didn't tell us that. They sure ain't from the West Indies. We're not from Morocco. All of these places where the Sephardic Jews went. We know the Jews and the Moors been together. That's why they created the
Jews and the Moors, right? Remember, since 1492, I showed you books about that. Let's continue.
More Zionist temple. We got y'all. Y'all came out of this. We are not Hebrew Israelites. We know who this movement comes from. It was funded and formed by white people, and it was brought out here to utilize black folks here in America. The American Indian has always been going by bloodline. At that time, we had a system where we had to fight them with our genealogy. And so are the American Indians Hebrew Israelites? Since I can't curse, I'm going to say H now. Oh, hold on. Because here go the records right here. United States Declaration of Intent. Description, black complexion, dark height, 5'4", 150 pounds. But St. Mary, St. Kitts, we got him right here at 130 West 139th Street, New York City. I immigrated to the United States of America from St. Kitts. Got the vessel that he came on and everything. The Hebrew Israelites or American Indians? Nah, Jack, we from North America.
So yeah, I know what you mean, Mighty, about him being stupid. But you know what? I like his energy towards his own kind because it's clear. He knows he's not here. He has more passion about that than the other one. But I tell these people, hey, listen, invite me to your channels. I will debate you on your channel. On your channel. We'll go historical, biblical, because you obviously think you guys are, well, maybe not these guys are, but I do got some questions for y'all. And I'm going to bring some books too and shit. And you better learn Spanish because you can't just go by your little stupid ass English books. You can't just do that because we got some material too. But anyway, let's continue. Listen to this stupidity. Actually, as a matter of fact, here's where it proves about that 12-type chart where it all came from. Hold on, dude, come on, hurry up.
And they had the charts up. And they had the charts that said if you're Jamaican, you come from this tribe, and if you're from Barbados, it's that tribe, and read the book, said, hey, come on, Pop. What is, you know that ain't right. He said, of course, Danny, I know that's not right. He said, but that's the hook. That's how we get them into place, and we wire them up to what's true. Well, you know, years later, after he passed away and his sons and all of them, they either died or moved away, the Tanakh school began to teach those things as truth. This is the truth, you know, and well.
You guys can look African, be African, act African, and probably smell African, and you still think you're not Africans. Wow. Blows my mind. Let me show you some connections here. Let me show you. Hold on, family. Give me a second. I thought I saved it. Let's see if I have it. Hold on a second. I thought I recorded it. Oh, man, please tell me I did. I don't want to put up that video. Did I not record it? Okay. All right. So let me do this. I'm going to show you a video that I had in the past. And that's what triggered this. So again, I'm just bringing you back to what leads me into finding these things, right? So I show you. Let me show you something. Hold on. As a matter of fact, let me go here. I'm not going to find it that way. I have to find it this way. Hold on. I got to go all the way back now because I need to show you that shit real quick. Hold on. Here we go. Coming right up right here. So this connection, all right, he made a connection, but, you know, he mentioned something about somebody, and that's cool. But now I'm going to show you why these people are working together. And then that wobble shit is part of that too, by the way. It's all part of it, even though he don't know. It's okay. We'll educate these West Africans. We can make time for them. I don't got a problem. If you're lost, I'll help you. Let me help you. Let me help you help yourself. Where are you, damn it? Come on, man. Or is it a short? Nah, it can't be. Just watched it a little earlier. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Give me a second. Because I was watching it earlier. I tried to record it. Oh, I know why. Because I'm playing something on the side. Hold on. You know what I do notice, family, lately there's been less active views. Not sure if it's the algorithm or maybe YouTube's getting sick of me and shit. You know what I'm saying? Okay, now. So anyhow, there was a video that I saw. And in this video, this lady or this young lady or whatever she is, woman, whatever, she mentioned and kind of like criticizing the whole Jewish infiltration, how they're in Palestine, and she's kind of doing a satire joke about it, you know. She's basically like going back and forth in her recording saying, well, you know, the Jews, yeah, and it's so bad that they're being treated that way, and they're just defending themselves because, you know, because I don't know, whatever reason. So she's kind of going back and forth about it, right? I'm talking as I'm looking for it. If I can find it. If not, I'm going to move on. And in this particular video, she's mentioning something that I wasn't familiar with. She mentions the Christian Armenians, right? And how they have been dealing with these Khazars for some time. And that these Khazars have, oh, here it goes, have been giving.
I think I'm a good person. Look.
Have been giving people weapons to kill these Armenians because they're Christians. But then she mentions something important. She mentions Bolsheviks. And if you guys don't know what that means, you're going to find out. Listen to this.
And to steal land. Are you even sure you're a Christian? And you know the rules of Christianity. You know, don't steal, don't kill. There are 10 rules. Are you sure? Yeah, but the Holocaust and 6 million people and the biggest tragedy? Let me guess, the next phrase is gonna be you're anti-Semitic. To Eastern Europeans who think they're from the land, isn't it? Actually, the Holocaust was a tragedy, but by far not the biggest. Dear Christian, do you know about the 20 million Christians, or more actually, that were butchered in concentration camps by the Bolsheviks? Concentration camps by the...
So they were butchered in concentration camps by the Bolsheviks. Now that I got you kind of like Bolsheviks, who the hell are they? All right. So let me bring you to the attention of these people. And I'm going to touch on this book later on. So I'm not going to jab into it too much. Okay. But here we have what's called Facts About the Khazars. Okay. Facts About the Khazars. And I just want to bring you to this attention. You see, this guy's explaining to them the history of Russia. And in this page, it says, and in the year 1948, in the Pentagon in Washington, I addressed a large assembly of the highest ranking officers of the United States Army, principally in the G2 branch of military intelligence, on a highly explosive geopolitical situation in the Eastern Europe and the Middle East. Then, as now that area of the world has a potential threat to the peace of the world and the security of the nation, I explained to them fully the origin of the Khazars and the Khazar kingdom. Okay? I felt then, as I feel now, that without a clear and comprehensive knowledge of the subject, it is not possible to understand or evaluate properly what has been taking place in the world since 1917, the same year that our gente was fumigated with, DDT. The year the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia. This is the key to that problem. Now, why am I making a big deal about it? Again, I told you I'm going to touch the book later. But here we see Lenin and Maimonides. Maimonides was a so-called Kabbalist Jew, rabbi. Remember the guy in the video was talking about Kabbalah is all involved in this? True that shit. It ain't a lie. But these right here, look, Isaac Babel read cavalry stories is fictionalized account of his service in the Bolshevik army unit invading Poland. Ooh. Where's Jacques from? You know it. Jacques is from Poland. Originally concluded with a pungent story about Ilya, son of Hasidic rabbi, and the last of the princes of that line. We have met Ilya in the earlier story, so we are especially moved by the narrator's moved that the narrators encounters him on the verge of death. Among Ilya's things, he discovers symbols of two loaves and Judaism and Bolshevism. So they're two in the same. His things are straying about Pell and Mel. He's just talking about the poem. And in the portrait, he has Lenin. And then he also has Maimonides lay side by side. So we have Khazars who are of that European family type of bloodline, who are part of the Bolsheviks, which the girl said, and I repeat, she said what?
Were butchered in concentration camps by the Bolsheviks. Why don't you speak about Armenia? It's the oldest Christian country in the world, and actually Israel is supplying weapons to kill Christians. So, what kind of Christian you are? Oh, but Bolsheviks? Nothing to do with Israel. Well, actually, the administration of the Bolsheviks, 427 out of 525, they were Jewish. You know.
You see that? The majority were Jewish. Now, remember what I showed you in the party of Texas? The majority of them were black. You see this? You see the similarity of what's going on here? Who came to this country and says that we're not natives to this country? Who is in Palestine and saying the Palestinians are not natives to Palestine? Who is and what are they calling the Palestinians? They're calling them Amalekites, right? And what are these wobbles calling us here? Canaanites. Once again, Revelation 2:9 and 3:9 is there for a reason. It's there for a reason. So we see a connection of so-called Kabbalist Khazars. I mean, like, remember the time of the year that we're dealing with, right? We're talking about, this is a serious matter here, because now we're saying, making the case against the Reds, racializing communism. So what are we going on? What's going on right now? They are creating a people with a confabulated mind, fucking schizos, claiming there's somebody they're not, and irritating and angering other people. At the same time, confusing them and distracting them from the reality of other things. Why? Because they love chaos. This is Bolshevism to the point. The red. Let's go to the bottom first. Accompanied an image of a man struggling near a shore who represents civilization and was reaching for solid ground, but was being pulled into the murky depths of chaos by the bearded, menacing figures of Bolshevism. It's here. A Bolshevik with Kabbalah understanding, Jacques, goes to Ethiopia, studies their shit, then tells the Ethiopians, let's go to the Caribbeans and tell these dumbasses that they're these people. Why? Even though we know from facts that it's not true. This is from a book here called African Zionism Studying Black Judaism. Let's just go to page 2 and 3. No big deal. Another purpose of the book is to offer a more thorough understanding of the way in which Africans in Africa and African Americans in the United States have interacted with the mythological substrata of both European and African ideas of Jews and Judaism in order to create a distinct Jewish identity. You see what I'm saying? The reoccurrence of some native patterns, such as the myth of the lost tribes of Israel or the arrival of the Jews in Egypt following Jeremiah after the destruction of the first temple, represents a complex search for origin involving multiple dimensions, ethnic, religious, spiritual, historical, all of that stuff. But why are they doing this? Encountering their experience of exclusion, the notion of being chosen people and the identification with the biblical Jews took deep roots in the African American imagination, confabulation. Because when you look at Deuteronomy 28 for what it really is, you guys don't fit, not at all. When you look at Wobbles for what they say they are, then how come you don't speak Spanish? How come you don't eat the food we eat? How come you don't make like the las sandalias or the tejidos, like the baskets and all those things? How come you don't eat the fruits, the vegetables? How come you don't know how to harvest? Like, I don't understand that. Like even the people in America here and down south, right? that are African, so-called, they don't even have those traditions. They have the African traditions. How do they have African traditions and supposedly they're not Africans? What, did we steal it from them? And how could we be living next to them, acting like that and stealing it from them? No, not at all. This is just a spread myth connecting Africa with the Jews, which arose primarily in the European and Middle Eastern imagination in the early Middle Ages, and which can be clearly seen in the 9th century Sefer Eldad, as well as in the later Preston John legends, became an axiomatic feature of medieval thinking about Africa. Such myths were used and reused, exploited and reinvented by colonialism, like you negros are using, in many distinct loci in Africa, or locations, I should say. Exploited and reinvented by colonialism in many distinct locations in Africa, where they served missionary and colonial interests and impacted local sensibility. Colonization during the 19th century can be seen as an integral exchange in which African and European subjectivities were negotiated and renegotiated. You see this. Now, once again, there's a particular aspect to what he's writing. He's assuming that black folks never enslaved people. Go figure out. Now, he mentions the lost tribes of myth. So that's an important thing here, because in that very same book, Shapiro debunks it. And on the next page, as a matter of fact, it even talks about it's the map that Nate the Snake likes to use. It says here on page 256, from the lost tribes a myth. Mr. Meyer Shapiro, in a second letter, informed me that he knows of above Montclair congregation of Negro Jews. There is another in Newark, New Jersey, and several in other American cities where there is a considerable Negro population. Some of the commandment keepers, like Matthews type, mingling Judaism with Christianity, and some of the Beth Zion divisions holding on to Orthodox Judaism. The respective leaders, after the fashion of the Jewish Saliach, I guess, travel from one branch to another to strengthen the brethren, and incidentally, to collect $1 per member as weekly dues. Didn't he say that's how we get rich? Bitch! Get rich, bitch! Their spiritual work consists chiefly in teaching their flock a very little Hebrew and saying with them some ritual prayers and urging ceremonial observance and stated festivals. But this arises again, the issue. Was that not about all the Judaism that much of North Africa ever had? Some young Jewish Negroes in Harlem, employed among the Jews, do not belong to neither the above proselyte movement, meaning converts. Being pleased with their Jewish employers, they have chosen to take on their religion, have learned Jewish prayer, and go daily to the synagogue school with their white Jew friends. Schools of their white Jew friends, I'm sorry. In considering the spread of Judaism by the institution of slavery, this present tendency should be remembered. These cases of proselyting among American Negroes are submitted without criticism. Their significance has already been stated. They show that was always possible in Africa. They show what was always possible in Africa. They prove that what has been done through centuries after century. The few scholar volumes upon those more persistent and well-organizing expressions of religious thinking that the writers class as Jewish heresies or sectaries have included very few of the phenomenon of Yahwish or Jewish history. The above case also shows that the Yahwism of the Old Testament prophets, when distorted into a pretext for a single racial pretension, only sets each chosen or superior race. The candid historian smiles at all these claims as baseless, but the passionate struggle between the liberal spiritual teacher proselyters and their opponents have not been occasion for smiling. Now, I don't know if you remember, guys, from a long time ago. You probably do, and you probably don't. But I had showed you this video. And it always stuck to me, man. It always stuck to me. Let me see if I can find it. Give me a second. There it goes right here. I saw this when I was in these groups back in 2020. And when I started the channel, I uploaded it in one of the videos. I recorded it and all that. So it caught my attention because something he said, and I'll never forget. Hey, what's up, Jeremias? Buenos dias. What's up, brother? What up, bro? What's up, bro? Good to have you here, bro. That's my big brother right there. And by the way, hey, Jeremias, check it out. Anyways, so we're noticing that there's a relationship between these people, right? The Jew and the Moor, right? All right. Check this out. Listen to this.
They forced us to convert to Christianity, this new form of Christianity, wherein they were God, they were Christ. Okay? The angels were white, and that the Jews who had converted, the white men who had converted to being a Jew, they also had to, they were on top of us. This white man that we had used from the Caucasus Mountains to help us in our military, they also turned against us. Never trust your enemies, brothers and sisters. We said, these are our allies. And the very same.
You hear that? He said that these people were their allies.
We said, these are our allies. Never trust your enemies. Never trust your enemies. Never trust your enemies, brothers and sisters. We said, these are our allies. We said, these are our allies. We said, these are our allies. And the very same allies turned against us. So again.
You see? So I was like, why is he saying that? Well, VTC had mentioned something. And let me see if I have it here. Thank you, brother. Let's go and continue this. Because we know that the Boule, Masonry, black and white, both of them are involved, and I know that their own kind don't understand that shit. They think they're all the same and all good and dandy and all that shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's all nice and friendly. You know, world's not gonna end. No, I'm contraire, mon frère. Thank you, bro. Let me speed it up real quick. Let's listen to what he says, because I actually have this particular report here. Okay, let's go.
Order that the Negro may be reached with education and propaganda, and that he may be organized for activity. The following methods are recommended. 1. Nuclei shall be established in all existing Negro organizations. Colored organizers and speakers shall be sent among Negroes in order to inform them and win their confidence. Newspapers and publications shall be established. Friendship of liberal-minded Negro ministers shall be sought, as these men are at the present time the leaders of the Negro masses. Conferences on the economic conditions among Negroes shall be held from time to time with these ministers, educators, and other liberal elements, and through their influence, the party shall aim to secure a more favorable hearing before the Negro masses. By means of its membership, the party shall penetrate existing forms, literary societies, lyceums, schools, colleges, teachers' institutes, etc., of the colored people, and establish forms of its own for the enlightenment of the Negro population. Who do you think wanted to do this all the way back in 1922? Soviet communists. People that look like this, actually.
You see that? And he's not lying. Check this out. It says Reds in America, the Negro program. This is where he gets it from, right? He's reading all this stuff. Left-wing socialists, blah, blah, blah. Communists in America. And what do we find right here? Bolshevism. It says the Negroes came back from Europe and from service in camps in this country and renewed desires of betterment. They had also, by their experience in army, learned the use of organized force. The radicals in this country were quick to seize upon this feeling among the Negroes to preach violence and urge them on to take by force what they wanted. You see this? Wobbles. By every means, this class consciousness was cultivated by the radicals and later by the communists. The dissatisfied Negroes, West Africans, were aided in starting newspapers devoted to urging the Negro to join the radicals. When the Communist Party appeared in the military missionary work among the Negroes, had been done in the name of Bolshevism.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
So once again, we see what's going on, which became a common term among the Negro agitators. So we know that you guys are causing agitation. This is part of your gimmick. Tag team, we know this now, but let's continue. I'm almost done.
That picture was taken from the convention in 1922, where the document I just read was confiscated from. Back in 1922, Soviet communists had an idea to infiltrate the black community and control every aspect of our lives. But the question is, did it work? Because if so, we should be able to find an organization that infiltrated us as our friends and then took over our entire worldview.
If you study the structure of the Negro community, economically, politically, civically, psychologically, and otherwise, it's controlled by the white liberal, who usually poses as the friend of the Negro.
All right.
The white liberal is the Khazars. Let's go.
But did they also infiltrate our organizations claiming to be our friends?
These northern foxes pose as white liberals. They pose as your friends. They infiltrate all your organizations, and in this manner, by joining you, they strangle your militant efforts toward freedom, toward justice, and toward equality.
Did they also befriend our Negro ministers that were the leaders of our community at the time, trying to get to us?
You could point to a large number of Negro leaders who have consistently betrayed Negroes in a whole host of areas.
They aren't really Negro leaders. These are puppets that have been put in front of the Negro community by white liberals. These are parrots that have been put in front of the Negro community by white liberals. You can't name me a Negro leader who has been betrayed Negroes, who has not been endorsed, sanctioned, subsidized, and supported by the white liberals.
Did they ever organize us for activity that didn't benefit us but only benefit them?
The white liberal is the one who has perfected the art of posing as the Negro's friend and benefactor.
Yeah, he says all that. Let's check this out real quick.
Louis Farrakhan, who is another high-level Freemason who runs the Nation of Islam for the Archbishop of Chicago.
A lot of people could say the black community, as well as, specifically the Nation of Islam, they blame white supremacy when we know that those are truly issues.
So we have all these high-level Masonic leaders, black and white, of all these various different religions, working together for agitation among the peoples of this country, but never ever exposing the papacy as the true heart and soul and its real master.
The same people that created the Federal Reserve Bank, the same people that created the League of Nations, that eventually became the United Nations, the same people that created the Council on Foreign Relations, are the same people that created the NAACP and the Urban League, the Boule. These people are deceivers. Urban League, the Boule, Urban League, the Boule, the Boule. These people are deceivers. A lot of preachers, I hate to say it, the devil have preachers.
If Allah is the God of heaven and earth, like you said, then you have to accept Him. And Him only.
That's it.
That's absolute.
Let's continue. Because the only reason they got these people in that opportunity, in that political genre of power, is because the Boule or somebody had something to do with it at that level. You don't get that high unless the white and the black man know what you're doing. Let's go.
And by winning the friendship and support of the Negro, the white liberal is able to use the Negro as a pawn or a weapon in this political football game.
Okay, that could be a coincidence. So it seems to me that this group that Malcolm X is identifying, calling white liberals, is actually carrying out the agenda that was formulated in 1922 by the Soviet communists. When did they begin their infiltration and how did they befriend us? The CP, the Communist Party, was one of the first left groups, left-wing leftist groups, to take up the issue of racism and oppression. During the 1930s, 40s, and 50s, the Communist Party made great strides in the area of union desegregation, public education about racial injustice, and legal support for civil rights activities. That's how they became our friend. They told us that they would help us fight against racism.
Remember Nate said, and they turned against us. Check this out. I think this one's short. A few minutes. See on the bottom where it says Bavarian Illuminati 1776. So now you should understand why the 13 colonies didn't stay in 13, because these Khazars had it in their minds to expand, which the British didn't want them to. So now you know how, you see, 1492 they came. 1500 they taught us all kinds of religions. 1600, what do you think is going on? Slavery, implemented by them. 1700, they're starting to move over towards the West, and through sedition and broken treaties, they start taking over certain lands. 1776, 1783, all of a sudden now they go past the 13 colonies, which these Negroes don't understand that they were actually speaking Spanish at that time. But if you guys were the natives, you should have stayed speaking Spanish. But we knew that you guys weren't. So anyways, let's continue. So now we go into the 1700, 1800, 1823, 1824. Now we're talking about manifest destiny, doctrine of discovery. 1830, right? We find that there was many Negroes that had slaves. And we also see that now you're moving like Beckworth and all these other guys that are black, right? Entrepreneurs, slave owners from 16, 17, 1800 are moving this way. And what's his name? Letterworth, he had natives as slaves, not black, right? Now, 1865, 1866, 1867, 1870. What happens in 1870? What happens in 1870, family? Buffalo soldiers decimated the whole entire buffaloes to kill our gente. Who did that? Black people. 1917, they fumigate us at the border because supposedly, right, we have typhus or some shit. Are they fumigating black people? No. Black people already have power. They're already governors and Mississippians and all this shit, right? Yes. Already attorneys. They already have black colleges, didn't they? Yes. If you keep looking back into the years, this has not changed. And every single 100 years, they try to reset for you to forget. We're almost done.
You better watch these stinking Africans, man. Right. And they know you're not the same people. So where does all this anti-African rhetoric come from? Because their forefathers identified themselves as Ethiopian Hebrews. 1936 letter. So here's a 1936 letterhead, the Royal Order of Ethiopian Hebrews. So let's go to the next slide.
You see, family, this guy's debunking them and telling them that they're Africans. The other guy's debunking them and telling them that they're natives. So all we see here is just this right here. You see this? The same concept. Matthews, Rabbi, similar video. We see what's going on. Look, check this out.
In the Bible itself. Is it in the Talmud?
And now it's in this symbolism today, the Israelite school of the universal practical knowledge. The swords that are being seen right here are reflective of the royal arc degree in Freemasonry. So there's no coincidence with all of this. Because if you put a little line here and a little line here, you're going to wind up what they call a
as above, so below. Let's go.
The Star of David, where does that symbol come from? It's never written explicitly in the Bible itself. Is it in the Talmud? Is there a passage in the Bible about that or no? No. Okay. So you're not really sure exactly where that comes from? No. You got me. Is it nobody knows, huh? I don't know. I'm not, yeah. Because I know it's called the Star of David.
Yeah.
Does it have anything to do with David?
No, I don't think so.
In Amos, God said, you took up for yourself the star, that's the 6-pointed star, of your god, called Remphan or Kiun. All these were names for Moloch, the great Baal, the great fire god, who was the devil. You get back to the Masonic fraternity of Freemasonry.
Yeah.
Their great symbol is G. You'll look at the star on the compass, which is a stylized Star of David. In fact, they have the entire Star of David in many Masonic temples. Why is that? Masonry is a study of Judaism and of the Kabbalah.
The Jewish Tribune newspaper, on October 28, 1927, stated, "Freemasonry is based on Judaism. Eliminate the teachings of Judaism from the Masonic ritual, and what is left?"
So we see this nice little Magen David 6-point star, some was known. 1979 Rabbi Matthew passes.
We already know this. Let's continue. We see this here. Let's go to... Oh, there it goes right here. Now let's move on to these idiots over here, okay? Let's go. Let's continue with this Canaanite Moorish shit. Let's go.
So again, Masonry is based on Moorish science. So they would have these Moorish advisors around them. If you look at old paintings.
So this is where I don't understand what you're trying to say. So you're black, you were presidents, you were rulers, and you came and enslaved people that look just like you? Well, you know, I got a book that says that you were doing that in Africa too. But you're not Africans. This is what I'm telling you. This is literally what occurred, okay? If I was white or I was black, I enslaved the native sister of ours, and I would rape her and have babies, and I would enslave those babies. And I'm gonna tell you something, that in this nation of people, it is very common. I'm gonna show you right now.
Of George Washington, you will see George Washington standing next to a black man with a turban. And remember, when you see the black man with the turban, that's a Moor. That's not a slave. See, people automatically assume that black is slave, but slaves didn't wear no turbans. Because remember, slaves weren't allowed to practice no Islam or any other kind of religion except Christianity.
Moorish Science Temple of America, founded in Newark, New Jersey, in 1913 by Timothy Drew, known to followers as Noble Drew Ali and also as the Prophet.
So here's where they throw a bunch of fruit and see what sticks. Noble Drew Ali, Hebrew Israelite, African, Negro, who was a Moabite, dealing with Moors. You see how it's just... Okay, let's continue. We're almost done.
Drew Ali thought that all blacks were of Moorish origins, but had their Muslim identity taken away from them through slavery and racial segregation. Noble Drew Ali wrote, "Black Americans were actually Asiatics who descended from the Moabites."
But see, that's confusing because the Bible says that Moab, which is the Moabites, were the sons of Lot. And the sons of Lot basically come because their daughters had sex with the father. Let's go.
Teachings of Noble Drew Ali, from the Moorish Questionnaire, better known as the Moorish 101. Number 5. Who is Noble Drew Ali? He is Allah's prophet. 17. What is our religion? Islamism. Number 87. In all reality, what is a Negro? A Negro is a four-legged animal. 88. What is meant by the word black? Black, according to science, means death. 90. What does Ethiopia mean? Ethiopia means something divided. 91. Can a man be a Negro, black, colored, or Ethiopian? No. 94. Will you define the word white? White means purity. Purity means God, and God means the ruler of the land. The Nation of Islam part of the contested succession to Drew Ali and became a separate organization in Detroit in 1932. In addition to the main body of Freemasonry derived from the British tradition, there are now a number of appendant groups which draw their membership from the higher degrees of Freemasonry.
Convoluted, right? Let's continue.
Malcolm X says is they infiltrated all of our organizations in every aspect of our life, and in doing so, they actually stop us from becoming liberated.
They infiltrate all your organizations, And in this manner, by joining you, they strangle your militant efforts toward freedom, toward justice, and toward equality.
That's why Malcolm X said that they were the worst enemy to America as well as the black man. Because communists hate America, and they're using us to destroy their enemy. I stumbled upon this book by a guy named
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so page 136. This is from A Voyage to Sierra River, Sierra Leone, 1791. You see that? It's an old book. So it says here that these West Africans, right? The diseases they are most subject to are intermitting fevers and hydrocele. The latter is supposed to be caused by too frequent use of palm wine and excess of venereal. You're like, what the hell does that mean? Sexual indulgence.
That's gonna hurt!
The venereal disease is frequent. Really? But never attended with those dreadful symptoms which are too often accompanied in Europe, and is always easily cured. Neither can they be convinced that it proceeds from impure condition or coercion, I guess. The smallpox is endemic. Let's see what that means. Regularly occurring within an area or community. Damn.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
Talk about saying that smallpox didn't come from Africa. Here we see clearly that it did. No wonder. Now, that's not my point. Even though I brought many books in regards to who brought smallpox here, not the white man, it was a black person. Yep, with Narvaez. It says here, let's see. So we're talking about Africa here, okay? Let's not forget. But see, these people, they don't give a shit about each other, okay? Because you guys were actually selling each other to the white man. Selling your kids too. You would even put up your kids for as a debt. These are facts. Europeans wouldn't dare go into the area because of the type of jungle that they were involved in. In this book here, from page 135 to 156, it speaks about them, how they dealt with each other, how they were basically, here, let me tell you something. Let me show you. Watch this. You'll see. I think it's here, right? Watch this. Check it. When the country people come down themselves to trade with whites, they are obliged to apply to the inhabitants of the villages where factories are kept to serve as brokers and interpreters. You see this? Africans, brokers, and interpreters. When a slave is brought to be sold, he is first carefully examined to see that there is no blemish or defect in him. If approved, you then agree upon the price as to so many bars and give the dealer, African, so many flints or stones. The goods are then delivered to him piece by piece. See this? Exclusive of this method of dealing this directly with the natives, transient ships, or those who only come for a small number, generally bartered with white traders, residents on the coast, or with the factories established there, who take their whole cargo at once and deliver them in waves, I guess. You see. See this, from the great number of slaves which are annually exported, in which from this place the parts of adjacent, including Cerbero and the Rio Monas, amount to about 3,000 annually. You see this? It says, the depopulated, instead of which no diminution of their number is perceived, and from every account we have been able to acquire from natives themselves who travel in the interior country, it is extraordinary populous, but how such a number of slaves are procured is a circumstance which I believe no European was ever fully acquainted. You see this? So Europeans never went into Africa. Y'all sold your souls. Let's see. And are purchased in the country with Europe goods and salt, which is an article so highly valued and so eagerly sought after by the natives that they will part with their wives and their children.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
And everything dear to them to obtain it when they have no slaves to dispose of. And it always makes a part of the merchandise for the purpose of purchase of slaves in the interior country. Yet notwithstanding, salt is in such great demand that the natives of the seacoast, West Africa, will not permit to import of it in European vessels, because it would interfere with the only article of their own manufacture. So we see here, oh, wait, hold on a second. The present custom and ancient tradition of the country, Africa, handed down from father to son and from generation to generation, both teach us to believe that the practice of making, buying, and selling slaves was in use in Africa long before our knowledge of it.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
Death and slavery were and still are the punishment for almost every offense. And every prisoner taken in battle was either put to death or kept as a slave. The fate of prisoners was also a great measure determined by the season of the year and the occasion they had for their services. Didn't they say that these guys were enslaved because they were Hebrews and keeping the laws and shit and all that? No, bro, they were just enslaving each other, man. This is true. These are facts. It was an ancient custom, seldom disposed of. And it's believed in here that, they just would not expect to ever cancel this. It says here, I believe we may safely conclude that slavery can never be abolished in a country like Africa, consisting of prodigies, numbers of small independent states. See this, perpetually at variance and under no restraining form of government, where the people are of a vindictive and revengeful spirit, and where the laws make every man a slave who is convicted of most trifling offenses. Wow. Check this out. When the ships did not visit the coast as usual, there were no good to purchase the slaves which were brought down. The black merchants suffered many of them to perish because of food, and said they should not come down again till the ships arrived. Meaning slaves, right? But when they were there, but when questioned what the inland people would do with their slaves, these are African people treating other Africans a certain way, okay? They replied, cut their throats, as they used to do before white men came to their country.
Bruh.
Seriously?
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Y'all can continue to look in this book. I'm telling you, this book is heavy duty. It's talking about how, like, mandingos. Don't you guys call yourselves mandingos? It says here that 3/4 of at least of the inhabitants are slaves, and among the mandingos, a much larger proportion. Don't you guys call yourselves mandingos here? Were the African mandingos too? I thought we were Africans. See? You see this here? Now they mention North America. Oh, here goes, look. It is related of the North American Indian that when any of them are taken in battle and rescued from death, by being adopted into a family, they immediately consider themselves as part of the tribe into whose hands they are fallen and would the next day march to attack their former friends, yada, yada, yada. The conduct of the African slave when taken in battle and sold to another is nearly as similar. So if they saw same people looking the same way, well, they call each other different. Here, if you continue to read this book, you're going to find out that the way, the customs, and the so-called empathy that they're creating is full of shit. Because I feel for people that were actually enslaved. And I just don't think that it's the ones that are claiming to be of this nation like wobbles. Mandingos. How can you have Mandingos in America and Mandingos in Africa if you're not Africans? Look at this. Another method which they use to dispose of their slaves is to put them in pawn either to ships or factories or the native traders, meaning other Africans, for a limited time. And if they do not redeem the expiration of that time, they become slaves to the person to whom they were pawned. So like if you go to a pawn shop and you don't have enough money to pay back the pawning, they keep their shit. But should a pawn be sent off before the time expired, even after, without giving notice, the person whom pawned him a palaver or action would be brought against the person of offending, right? So basically saying that if you come out with the money, they should give it back to you. It is customary indeed for the people of all ranks to put their children out as pledge. But then they are careful either to redeem them in time or to pawn them to the resident traders or established factories. And these pawns are generally considered as a protection for your property and are employed by nomadic offices. You see this? They even pawn their own kids. Yet we know that when the Spaniards came, they knew that we loved our children very much.
An illusion it will be. So large, so vast, it will escape their perception. Those who will see it will be thought of as insane. We will create separate fronts to prevent them from seeing the connection between us. We will behave as if we are not connected, to keep the illusion alive. Our goal will be accomplished one drop at a time, so as to never bring suspicion upon ourselves. This will also prevent them from seeing the changes as they occur. We will always stand above the relative field of their experience, for we know the secrets of the Absolute. We will work together always, and will remain bound by blood in secrecy. Death will come to he who speaks. We will keep their lifespan short and their minds weak while pretending to do the opposite. We will use our knowledge of science and technology in subtle ways, so they will never see what is happening. We will use soft metals, aging accelerators and sedatives and food and water, also in the air. They will be blanketed by poisons everywhere they turn. The soft metals will cause them to lose their minds. We will promise to find a cure from our many fronts, yet we will feed them more poison. The poisons will be absorbed through their skin and mouths. They will destroy their minds and reproductive systems. For all this, their children will be born dead, and we will conceal this information. The poisons will be hidden in everything that surrounds them, in what they drink, eat, breathe, and wear. We must be ingenious in dispensing the poisons, for they can see far. We will teach them that the poisons are good, with fun images and musical tones. Those they look up to will help. We will enlist them to push our poisons. They will see our products being used in film and will grow accustomed to them, and will never know their true effect. When they give birth, we will inject poisons into the blood of their children and convince them it's for their health. We will start early on, when their minds are young. We will target their children with what children love most: sweet things. When their teeth decay, we will fill them with metals that will kill their mind and steal their future. When their ability to learn has been affected, we will create medicine that will make them sicker and cause other diseases, for which we will create yet more medicine. We will render them docile and weak before us by our power. They will grow depressed, slow, and obese, and when they come to us for help, we will give them more poison. We will focus their attention toward money and material goods, so they may never connect with their inner self. We will distract them with fornication, external pleasures, and games, so they may never be the one with the oneness of it all. Their minds will belong to us, and they will do as we say. If they refuse, we will find ways to implement mind-altering technology into their lives. We will use fear as our weapon. We will establish their governments and establish opposites within. We will own both sides. We will always hide our objective, but carry out our plan. They will perform the labor for us, and we shall prosper from their toil. Our families will never mix with theirs. Our blood must be pure always, for it is the way. We will make them kill each other when it suits us. We will keep them separated from the oneness by dogma and religion. We will control all aspects of their lives and tell them what to think and how. We will guide them kindly and gently, letting them think they are guiding themselves. We will foment animosity between them through our factions. When a light shall shine among them, we shall extinguish it by ridicule or death, whichever suits us best. We will make them rip each other's hearts apart and kill their own children. We will accomplish this by using hate as our ally, anger as our friend. The hate will blind them totally, and never shall they see that from their conflicts, we emerge as their rulers. They will be busy killing each other. They will bathe in their own blood and kill their neighbors for as long as we see fit. We will benefit greatly from this, for they will not see us, for they cannot see us. We will continue to prosper from their wars and their death. We shall repeat this over and over until our ultimate goal is accomplished. We will continue to make them live in fear and anger through images and sounds. We will use all the tools we have to accomplish this. The tools will be provided by their labor. We will make them hate themselves and their neighbors. We will always hide the divine truth from them, that we are all one. This they must never know. They must never know that color is an illusion. They must always think they are not equal. Drop by drop, drop by drop, we will advance our goal. We will take over their land, resources, and wealth to exercise total control over them. We will deceive them into accepting laws that will steal the little freedom they will have. We will establish a money system that will imprison them forever, keeping them and their children in debt. When they shall band together, we shall accuse them of crimes and present a different story to the world, for we shall own all the media. We will use our media to control the flow of information and their sentiment in our favor. When they shall rise up against us, we will crush them like insects, for they are less than that. They will be helpless to do anything, for they will have no weapons. We will recruit some of their own to carry out our plans. We will promise them eternal life. But eternal life they will never have, for they are not us. The recruits will be called initiates, and will be indoctrinated to believe false rites of passage to higher realms. Members of these groups will think they are one with us, never knowing the truth. They must never learn this truth, for they will turn against us. For their work, they will be rewarded with earthly things and great titles, but never will they become immortal and join us. Never will they receive the light and travel the stars. They will never reach the higher realms, for the killing of their own kind will prevent passage to the realm of enlightenment. This they will never know. The truth will be hidden in their face, so close they will not be able to focus on it until it is too late. Oh yes, so grand the illusion of freedom will be, that they will never know that they are our slaves. When all is in place, the reality we will have created for them will own them. This reality will be their prison. They will live in self-delusion. When our goal is accomplished, a new era of domination will begin. Their minds will be bound by their beliefs, the beliefs we have established from time immemorial. But if they ever find out they are our equal, we shall perish then. This they must never know. If they ever find out that together they can vanquish us, they will take action. They must never, ever find out what we have done. For if they do, we shall have no place to run, for it will be easy to see who we are once the veil has fallen. Our actions will have revealed who we are, and they will hunt us down, and no person shall give us shelter. This is the secret covenant by which we shall live the rest of our present and future lives. For this reality will transcend many generations and lifespans. This covenant is sealed in blood, our blood. We, the ones who from heaven to earth came. This covenant must never, ever be known to exist. It must never, ever be written of or spoken of. For if it is, the consciousness it will spawn will release the fury of the Prime Creator upon us, and we shall be cast to the depths from whence we came, and remain there until the end time of infinity itself.
Help me, Vago. Kill him. Vago. Forgive me.
Flawless.
Now, what would be the odds of that?
Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo, wow. Quieren pensar, sin ni siquiera estar al mando. Tanta publicidad subliminal te está matando. Les cuesta decidir por sí mismos cuál es su mando. Publican sonrisas con el corazón llorando. Quieren brillar, pero sin tener que valerse de tener sus ideas propias. Los veo a todos igual, solo son la réplica de la imitación de una triste copia. Obedece, la vida es un suspiro y envejeces. Te dejas distraer por estupideces y pierdes el eje. Te duele por dentro, entonces te creces, pero aceptas mucho menos de lo que mereces. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. Conserva tu juicio y tu intuición, más activos que el que lucha por lo suyo y no se rinde. Yo ya sé bien cuál es mi misión, y es contarte que el mal por su propio pie pronto se extingue. No caigas bajo su control, pues por la televisión es normal que mal lo pinten. Tú mantente firme en conexión con la fuente de creación, vivirás siempre de fin de. Dios abre los ojos, dime lo que ves. A tus propios hijos matándose por billetes. Niños mueren cada 2 por 3. Pa' unos es bendición, con otros por su causa pequen. Y yo que intento ser un ser crístico, voy bendiciendo hasta los diablos. Piensan que es cierto el mensaje típico. Dicen que invento lo del engaño. Y mientras lucho contra mis errores, demonios escucho, me ofrecen soluciones. Pero sé que hay un ángel que quiere que mejore. Me dice haz un trabajo interno antes de que lo ignores, antes que otra vez llores y se llenen los mares de pena y de dolores, ya que en mi mente no caben. La paz no va en un sobre, somos algo importante. Nunca te revelaste y por eso no lo sabes. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido. Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido, no, no. Todos repiten lo que dice el referente, discursos vacíos lejos de ser coherentes. De lo que no sabes será mejor que no inventes. Investigues y no te dejes lavar la mente.
¿Quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que le di, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que le di, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar.
Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no, no, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo, wow, wow, wow.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.